Second case.
Good evening. The time is now 6 p.m. I call this meeting of the Godley Independent School District to order. Let the record show that a quorum of board members is present, that this meeting has been duly called, and the notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Opens Meeting Acts, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. At this time, if I could ask Mr. Frazier to offer invocation.
Let's pray, and if you would, remove your caps. Dear Lord, we're so grateful for your loving kindness, for allowing this meeting to gather here tonight. And God, we're grateful for the students that have put in such immense work throughout the year. We're grateful for the time, the effort, the energy that they've put forward, and the recognition they're able to receive. We're grateful for the teachers that have worked with them. We're grateful for all of the teachers and the staff and the students, the work that they put in and day out. And God, we're so grateful for your Son and the sacrifice that he gave for us. And we ask for your forgiveness when we fall short. And it's in your Son's holy and precious name that I pray. Amen.
And next, if I could ask our FFA students to help us with our pledges.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. And next we will move into swearing in the newly elected board members. Faith, can you help us out with that?
Okay, raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name, do solemnly swear
I, Marissa Smith, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office
that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office
of Godley ISD School Board Trustee
of Godley ISD School Board Trustee
of the state of Texas
of the state of Texas,
and will to the best of my ability
and will to the best of my ability
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution and laws
the Constitution and laws
of the United States and of this state,
of the United States and of the state.
so help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
And as we have two new board members coming onto the board, and we welcome them. We've got two board members coming off the board, and we just want to thank them for their service to Godley ISD and their leadership and the time they spent, just, you know, all the events, the games, the band concerts, the choir concerts, just everything, all the time that they've put in, and just your unwavering support to our students in our school district, and we really appreciate your leadership and everything you've done for our district. So, as a little token, we'd like to give you guys flags, and of course, take your nameplates. And thank you for your service. Appreciate it. And it's for personnel and board vision.
We're going to go into a short closed session under 551.074 personnel, so we shouldn't be too long.
Out we go.
We'll come out of closed at 6:15.
I make a motion to realign the board leadership as discussed in closed session.
I second.
And you want to state that leadership?
That's Terry Goodlow as president, Simone Mabry as vice president, and I will be repeating as secretary. That's Krista Heiner.
I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor? None opposed. The motion passes. Thank you. Next, we'll move into our recognition from our students. And first, we'll recognize the UIL Academic Speech and Debate Region and State contestants. Mr. Flood.
Good evening, board. Really excited to recognize a lot of outstanding groups. The way we're going to do this tonight is we do have a lot of groups. So as one group finishes, the next sponsor is going to come up and talk about their group. I do want to pay special attention to one student who will not be here tonight, and I want to call her out specifically. So Miss Reagan Brooks is traveling to Austin as we speak and competing tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. in the state UIL Ready Writing academic competition. So it's the first time I've known of that we have a state competitor in academics. So she's not here tonight, but I want to recognize her and just praise her and applaud her for her hard work. So. All right, without further ado, for each of the groups, I also want to say thank you to each of our sponsors. These kids are not successful without adults that help them get to where they need to be. So all the adults that will talk before you tonight spend countless hours with these kids, helping them be successful, helping them grow, answering their questions, arguing with them when that time comes to learn how to do things as teenagers. But they care about kids and love these kids each and every day. So the sponsors that are here, I want to give one round of applause for our sponsors and say thank you to all of the coaches and sponsors. So. And without further ado, Ms. Christensen and A.J. Garcia will talk about academics.
Good evening, board. My name is Shonda Christensen, and I coach UIL journalism. It has been a banner year for UIL speech, debate, and academics. We have attended 17 tournaments comprising 10 invitationals and 7 UIL district, region, and state meets. Godley High School is the District 12 speech champions, earning 164 UIL points. We are also the UIL academic runners-up. This is from the combined points from UIL Academics, UIL CX Debate, UIL Congress, UIL Speech, UIL Robotics, and UIL One Act Play. We missed first place to Kennedale by 6 points, but we'll get them next year. This year, we earned the following achievements. District 12 Speech Champions, 3rd year in a row, District 12 Academic Runners-Up, and 3 state qualifiers. Here to announce our speech and debate recognitions is A.J. Garcia Robles.
Hi, my name is A.J. Garcia. I was the speech and debate captain for the past 2 years, and it's truly an honor to announce the following students. First, we'll start with CX debates. First place this year at the district meet and qualified to state was a team of Alejandro Garcia and junior Corey Iverhart. This is the 3rd year that me and Corey have advanced to the state competition. Also in CX was, they placed 4th and were the 2nd alternates to state, the team of junior Ava Jackson and sophomore Leslie Rodriguez. Moving on to the speech events. This year we actually swept 1st through 3rd place in Lincoln Douglas. 1st place in our district champion regional qualifier was junior Emma Lindemood. Second place in regional qualifier, junior Reagan Brooks. Third place in regional qualifier, freshman Taylor Bain. In persuasive extemp speaking, first place district champion, he actually placed 6th at the regional level, junior Brett Fancher. Second place at district and regional qualifier, junior Corey Irohart. In informative extemp speaking, second place at district and regional qualifier, senior Alejandro Garcia. Fourth place at district and regional alternate, junior Ava Jackson. For poetry interpretation, second place at district and regional qualifier, senior Trinity Lively. Fourth place at district and the regional alternate in poetry, Ava Jackson. And for prose interpretation, fourth place at district and regional competitor, Alejandro Garcia. And before they kick me off the mic, I do want to say thank you to Mr. Hughes. He spent countless hours with us this year, and we truly are grateful for him.
Thank you, AJ. For UIL academics, we took 40 students to the District 12 academic meet, and we advanced 17 students to region-level competition. I will now invite Michelle Gonzalez to come up and speak about her accounting team.
Okay, tonight I'm proud to recognize an outstanding group of students for their achievement in UIL accounting. These students recently earned first place as a team at the district competition, a milestone accomplishment and the first district championship in recent school history for accounting. Because of their hard work and success, they also advanced to the regional competition, with Adam Pimsel earning first in district as an individual, advancing to regionals along with the team. Accounting is one of the most challenging academic events in UIL. It requires students to master complex financial concepts, apply critical thinking skills under pressure, and demonstrate incredible attention to detail. Success in this event does not happen overnight. It takes discipline, dedication, long hours of practice, and the willingness to push through difficult material, all without having a dedicated classroom period, as many other districts have. Their achievement reflects not only academic excellence, but also perseverance, responsibility, and commitment to representing our school with pride. I am extremely proud of these students for setting a new standard in accounting and for showing what can be accomplished through hard work and determination. They have represented our district exceptionally well, and this achievement is something worth celebrating.
For accounting, first place district accounting team, first place district champ and region qualifier, Adam Pemsel. Third place district region qualifier, Hardiel Jimenez. Accounting region teammate, Kyle Black. Accounting region teammate, Colt Williams and Lila Heiner. Calculator applications, fourth place district and region alternate, Austin Merritt. For current issues and events, fourth place district and region alternate, Lathan Ashley. Fifth place district and second region alternate, Brett Fancher. For journalism, editorial writing, second place district and region qualifier, West Farley. Third place district and region qualifier, Ava Jackson. For feature writing, third place district and region qualifier, Naima Omada. For headline writing, first place district champ and region qualifier, Isaac Christensen. Fifth place district and second region alternate, Ava Jackson. For news writing, fourth place district and region alternate, Isaac Christensen. Fifth place district and second region alternate, Isabella Salmeron. For literary criticism, third place district and region qualifier, Reagan Brooks. Fourth place district and first region alternate, Corey Eigelhart. For number sense, third place district and region qualifier, Blake Weig. For spelling and vocabulary, third place district and region qualifier, John Gillard. And as Mr. Flood stated, for ready writing, first place district champ, second in region and state qualifier, Reagan Brooks, who competes at the state competition tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. in Austin. I could not be more proud of each of these students as well as all the other students who competed this year. They put in unbelievable hours practicing and researching all year long. They often sacrifice a Saturday and leave school while it's still dark outside, eat a slice after slice of cold pizza, and return long after the sun goes down. It's great to see their hard work pay off, and I can't wait to see what they accomplish next year. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lacey Bennett. I'm one of the ag teachers at the high school, and I appreciate this time for letting us come and celebrate the kids and take that moment. But you're at a disadvantage because you don't get to live through my eyes and to see the things that I get to see, and that's what I'm most proud about. And given 2 minutes to tell you about all that is kind of a shortcoming. But I'm so proud of every one of our people that have competed, and there's so much more than what's on this piece of paper of the successes that we've had. And I'm so thankful and appreciative to the students, to their parents, and to my ag teaching partners, and all the things that have been done this year. You might be more inclined to think of FFA as those people that show animals, that have animals and raise animals with our new facility and all the good things that the school provides. Yes, that's a big thing. Our kids at the county show this year brought in over $90,000, and we're very proud of that, and their success is there. And it just goes on and on. But tonight is about our state qualifiers that we've had, and last fall we entered the leadership development events where they have speaking events and put on presentations, and we had two teams that excelled there. And the ag advocacy team, they were 6th in the state, and there are over 428 teams that they competed against. And as I keep on with that, our district and area and state level is different from UIL. At our district level, we compete against Cleburne, Glenrose, and other bigger schools. And then our area, we're competing against Waco, Midway, and all the way out to Athens. There's just a lot of things. And then, of course, at the state level, Houston schools, Dallas schools, and people from the Panhandle. And it's just very competitive. That's my point. And we're very proud of our ag advocacy team, which consists of Taryn Franks, Lila Heiner, Tucker Clark, and Clara Pinkerton. Another leadership development event that we had was the Green Hand Skills team. This is our freshman team that came in, and we had some very good students that came in and did a very fine job, and were semifinalists. That means they were in the top 20 of our 297 teams, and that is Landry Cam, Janessa Melgoza, Jade Nyman, and Brandolyn Rio. some more events that we involved with this spring and we're very successful with, and that's our CDE teams, Career Development Event Teams. And we had our livestock team, a livestock evaluation. They had competed over 660 teams. That's Tucker Clark, Taryn Franks, Logan Wilson, and Dominic Macedonio. Our wildlife team. The wildlife deals with the environment and other things associated with Texas Parks and Wildlife. And we had another state qualifier there with Campbell Armstrong, Hayden Flood, Zane Simmons, Bradley Fancher, Colton Pinkerton, Wyatt Ivy, and Cody Grounds. The next team, it might shock you. I wanted to share this because it shocked me, but we have a wool evaluation team to evaluate wool and look for its fineness, its quality, and all that. And I didn't think much of that until our own Dr. Mason Irvin here in town. The team that Texas A&M put him on when he was a freshman at A&M was the wool judging team. So he could be able to identify and feel with his hands and see with his eyes. And so this wool judging thing is a whole lot more than I envisioned. And we're very proud of their state qualifying thing. And they can tell you how tough that contest is. But Clara Pinkerton, Brooke Lynch, Madeline Martin, Peyton Tanksley, Blakely Thompson, Gracie DeFore, and McKenna Robinson. Our next CDE team was the floriculture team, and this is one that's kind of near and dear to my heart because of the time that we spent with these young ladies, and they were all seniors, and the scholarships that were associated with what they've been able to acquire is very admirable, and we're very appreciative of their hard work. So the floriculture team this year placed 6th at state with over 407 teams that they competed against, and Nola Briscoe, Lila Heiner, Cameron Mead, and Trinity Lively. I know that they're all seniors, so they may take the day off. So for anyway, that a girl. We're very appreciative of them and their successes. We've had some other successes as well. Individually, a state qualifier is Clara Pinkerton in sheep proficiency. She actually has a large herd of sheep that she has taken and made grown and developed over the last 3 years. And I'm very proud of the ups and the downs, and is ending up with an up. And we're very proud of her and her accomplishments with that. And we'll be going for that this summer, seeing how she competes against the other people in the state for that. Another first for us is being successful with the speech development event, and we have Zane Simmons, who was first at district and first in area, and he'll be competing at state here in the next couple of weeks. And so I appreciate you, Zane. Give him a round of applause. So I know I'm coming over my time limit, but I just got to say we appreciate you the time to talk about the state qualifiers and all the things. But really, for me, it's the climb to that point. That's like they were saying, it's the early mornings. If we say meet at the ag barn at 6 o'clock, well, that means they have to get up at 4 to go feed their animals, take care of themselves, get there on time. Right, Tucker? And we have to do all the things to do that. Plus, the hours they spent before and after and during school to do the things that they've done, the traveling, the late nights, and then this is the tip of the sword, guys. These guys, they handle it. They make A's. They handling their business, their time management is very commendable for that. And we appreciate their hard work and what they've done. And I have to take time and recognize my teaching partners, Lloyd Pinkerton. He's not here tonight. And Catherine Adams. We have Miss Sinclair, we're changing her name there, and then Miss Brown. We're so thankful for them and their time. Thank you.
everybody cleared out real quick. All right, y'all ready? All right, good evening. My name's Clay Hopkins. I'm the boys track coach. Before we get started, I want to tell you how much we enjoyed this facility this year. We had 6 track meets, 7 days worth of track meets. That's a lot of track meets if you don't know, and you can look at Mr. Flood over there smiling, saying, oh, that's a lot. A little bit about us. We took, on average, 50 athletes per track meet on the boys' side, and that's a really great accomplishment for us. We had 36 PRs at the district track meet, which is unbelievable, too. I think for the first time in 5 years, we took a relay, and we actually took 2 to area track meet, and then we had 6 individuals qualify for the area track meet as well. The real reason we're here right now is Brett Fancher. He is our lone regional qualifier for the boys. He placed, and correct me if I'm wrong, 3rd at district and 4th at area. He was able to move on there. He also, after the 3rd time that he ran that race at regionals, he didn't do as well as he should have, which rightfully so. After 3rd start, it's hard on him. So he fought through injuries, was able to come back and compete as well as possible. I think he PR'd every time except for the last one, which, again, 3 starts, that's a lot for him. But Brett Fancher is our lone regional qualifier.
I'm Keith McFarland, the head girls track coach. I'll go ahead and introduce the Lady Cat Regional Qualifiers 2026. Kennedy Black, sophomore. Kennedy ran the 800 meters. Senior Peyton Bauer, 4x100 meter relay. Junior Brooke Gallagher, 4x100 meter relay. Sophomore Madden Martin, 100 meter hurdles and high jump. 2 little freshmen left down there, Lainey Mullins, 4x100 meter relay. And Leighton Murphy ran the 3200. I do want to say congratulations real quick to Brett. I have a vivid memory of Brett Fancher as a 7th grader going over hurdles, and I would not have bet money on that day that he would run in the regional track meet. It's amazing what he's done. From that day, 7th grade, to where he's at now is remarkable. It's a testament to how hard he works. Great job. Congrats, Brett. For my girls, and I do want to echo Coach Hopkins. Thank you to the administration. We hosted 5 track meets. As long as I've been here, we've never done that. I also don't know if we've ever hosted an area track meet here. It takes at least 50 people to run off a track meet, to organize volunteers, coaches, administrators, teachers, parents. And to pull that off 5 times, it's just a testament to this community. It's remarkable how everybody just comes in and pours in and helps, volunteers, and then these girls get to run right here at home in front of their parents. We don't have to travel. That's a huge advantage. And then it's just a long list of people that are just drooling over our facility and how lucky we are here to host for our district and for Dallas ISD that came over to the area meet. And so thank you to everybody for that. Just a little bit here about the girls. And the regional track meet, I just want to say almost everybody leaves that meet disappointed. It's incredibly difficult to advance from that meet. Just to put in perspective, there's 52 schools in 4A Region 2. They don't split the divisions in track like all the other sports. It's all the entire division. There's 52 schools, 3 kids per school, so 162 kids enter. And to show up at that meet, basically you're top 16. in the region to run at that meet, and then even, to make it even harder, you have to be the top 2 to go to state. It's just incredibly competitive, and so we did all leave here not advancing to state, but these girls showed up and did phenomenal, and did their best. They're all incredibly grounded, and they knew what they were trying to do. They're incredibly smart, and it was a privilege for me to go with them and coach them along the way. They're successful because of their parents, so I do want to say thank you to the parents, and looking forward to the ones that are coming back. We are going to lose Peyton, and I'm going to miss her to death. 4-year track runner, and I don't know where she ranks track on her things that she does. It might be last. And so the fact that she does all these things, volleyball and cheer and track, and she did it for 4 years, we're super happy and thankful to have her. We're going to miss you, Peyton. But yeah, let's hear it for the regional qualifiers, Lady Cats 2026. Thank you.
Ready? Okay. Hello, board. Thank you for having us. I'm Coach Ogle. I'm the head baseball coach here. Here to recognize a really great group of young men that I'm very privileged to get to be their coach. I'm just going to go ahead and introduce them first. Starting off, we have Tabor Anderson. Tabor Anderson was named District 12 4A MVP. Talon Reaver. Talon was 12 4A second team pitcher. Lathan Hankins. Lathan was an honorable mention pitcher for us this year. Season was cut short due to injury, but very hopeful for a big season for him next year. Next up is Braxton Spahn. Braxton was a first-team all-district catcher. Grayson Crane, first-team all-district second baseman. Brady Phillips. Brady was an honorable mention outfielder for us this year. Colton White. And Maddox Heron. These guys, we just finished up our season a couple weeks ago, albeit a little sooner than we would have liked for it to, but we finished up 21-10, and for the 10th consecutive season, we were by-district champions, which is a pretty large accomplishment. 10 years in a row is pretty special, looking for 11 next year. Although our season just finished, these guys' seasons really started back in August. Baseball has the longest consecutive off-season, really without a break, and it's difficult. It's hard. We start August, full blazing summer heat, 6:30 in the morning. These guys showed up every day, not every day with a smile on their face, but they were there every day grinding because, they set the bar very high for themselves and for the program, and as a coach, that it makes it a little bit easier knowing that they're there willing to work and do the things that we're asking them to do. And then winter rolls around and that turf is cold and it's cold outside and it's not fun, but they never wavered. They kept showing up. They did a great job. And this season was difficult. We had lots of ups and downs, and the one thing about these guys is they never gave up. When things got very difficult, they rallied together, came together, and we were getting better until the last out. Ran into a good Aubrey team who's still playing, battled them game one, just Braxton hit a ball in the 7th inning that 9 times out of 10 is going to fall, and that night it didn't. And, I'm very super excited about what the future holds for these guys. Lots of talent here. Still a lot of awards out there because the season's not quite over that I think we're going to have some more documentation on these guys. But couldn't be more proud to be their coach. Love these guys, and I'm super excited about next year. So thank you, guys.
All right, Dr. Deere, member of the board, we appreciate the opportunity to get to recognize the Lady Cat softball team and the season we had this year. I'll go ahead and call out the ones that were able to make it here tonight. We have freshman Tatum Peacock, freshman Savannah Ortega, junior Hayden Keaton, freshman Emery Bronner, freshman Brooklyn Branham, and junior Katie Ponce. Lady Cats, we finished our season this year 29-8, undefeated district champs for the 5th consecutive year, running our district win streak to 51 straight victories. We made it to the regional semifinals for the 2nd consecutive year, while several of our players have earned awards along the way. Highlighted by freshman Tatum Peacock, who was earned District 12 4A Offensive Player of the Year as a freshman. Yeah, that's correct. Junior Alyssa Sullivan was co-defensive player of the year, and Kinsley Durham was district newcomer of the year. Kind of echo what Coach Ogle said. We ran into a team that got hot at the end of the year in Paris, North Lamar. Top to bottom, I felt like we were better than they were, but the better team doesn't always win. But I'm proud of what they did this year. At 29-8, 6 teams beat us this year. Every single one of them were playing to go to the state tournament this weekend except for one. So we played amongst the big dogs, went to a tournament down in Corpus, competed very well, played several state caliber teams from the year before, and couldn't be prouder of the way they laid it out on the line. On top of the field accolades, the one I'm probably most proud of as a coach is 11 out of our 13 players were academic all-district. And both our seniors, Carly Clark and Hallie Gross, you have to be a senior to qualify, but both of them have qualified for TGCA Academic All-State. So extremely proud of the work they do on and off the field. The future is bright for the Lady Cats. As you can tell here, we only had 2 seniors, and of all the freshmen up here, in our last playoff game, we were playing 5 and 6 freshmen and sophomores. So we don't rebuild, we reload. So we're excited about next year, the ones that are coming back, the upperclassmen that are coming back. Like everybody else said, it starts in August. It's not just a in-season thing. We don't have an off-season. We have a build season. So we're ready to lace them up and go again next year. And thank you for your time. Your Lady Cat 2026 softball team.
Okay, I'm glad golf is last. This is going to take a while, so just get ready. Okay, first of all, I'm Jason Hill, the head golf coach, boys and girls at Godley. This is my 6th year coaching golf. I want to start out, first of all, by saying a special thanks to the GISD School Board and to the Athletic Booster Club for all your support for the golf program. Thank you so much. Golf is a very expensive sport. And without their support financially, there's no way we could go to all the tournaments and compete. Also, I'd like to have a special thanks to Decordova Bend Estates. That's where we practice, and they allow us to come to their facility and hit and practice on the par 3 and big course. So please recognize Decordova Bend Estates. Next, I want to thank admin and the staff. These young athletes are out of class a lot for golf, so it's kind of tough if you're teaching and kids are out all the time. Tournaments are pretty much all day, so they miss a whole day of school when they play in tournaments. So just the support from the admin and the staff for these guys and these young ladies. Thank you so much. Now getting to our season overview. The boys and girls teams for the 4th straight year have won a district championship. So very proud of that. Give it for them. Also, the way golf works, you can enter district with 2 teams. So the last 2 years, we've entered a 1 and 2 team, a purple and a gold team. Our purple and gold team have qualified for the regional tournament the last 2 years. There's over 60 schools in our region. We're the only school in our region that qualify both boys and girls, both teams. So good job, guys. Also, for the first time in school history, we had our boys and girls qualify for the state tournament. The way the regional tournament works is the top 3 teams advance to the state tournament, so only 12 teams advance to state. First time in school history that our boys and girls qualified for the state golf tournament. And not only that, only 4 teams down at the state tournament qualify both their boys and their girls, and our young men and young ladies were part of one of those 4 teams. Give it up. Okay, now for player recognition. First of all, we had 16 golfers that made the all-academic district team. The way that works is freshmen through seniors, if you have a 92 or above average, you qualify for academic all-district. We had 9 seniors that qualified for the academic all-state team out of 12. So very impressive there. Also for all district, the way it works is the top 5 scores, boys, and top 5 score girls are first team all district. The next 5 boys, next 5 girls are second team all district. So there's 20 all district spots in golf, and we got 15 out of the 20. Good job, guys. Okay, now for our player recognition. We have several that aren't here today. I'm still going to call their names out and recognize them. District runner-up, regional qualifier, academic all-district, second team academic all-state, senior Adam Pimsel. Team district champ, regional qualifier, academic all-district, first team all-district, state qualifier, and second team academic all-state, Austin Merritt. District runner-up, regional qualifier, academic all-district, first team all-district, in academic state qualifier, junior Britton Everode. District runner-up, regional qualifier, academic all-district, honorable mention, academic all-state, senior Caden Lewis. Team district champ, regional qualifier, academic all-district, first team all-district, state qualifier, and second team academic all-state, Carmen Galafaro. Team district champ, regional qualifier, first team all-district, and state qualifier as a freshman, Dylan Morning. District runner-up, regional qualifier, and academic all-district, James Allen. Team district champ individual medalist, regional qualifier, academic all-district, first team all-district, and state qualifier, Jackson Hill. District runner-up, regional qualifier, academic all-district, first team all-district, and second team academic all-state, J.D. Johnson. District runner-up, regional qualifier, academic all-district, and second team academic all-state, Jimena Jimenez. District runner-up, regional qualifier, second team all-district, Carly Gomez. District champ, regional qualifier, academic all-district, first team all-district, in-state qualifier, junior Kyle Black. District runner-up, regional qualifier, second team all-district, academic all-district, in Lena De Leon. District runner-up, regional qualifier, Lucy Payne. District champ is a team, district champ medalist, regional qualifier, academic all-district, first team all-district, state qualifier, and second team academic all-state, senior Maddie Fitzgerald. Team district champion, regional qualifier, academic all-district, and first team all-district, Mac DeFore. District champ is a team, regional qualifier, academic all-district, second team all-district, state qualifier, honorable mention academic all-district, Marley Thompson. District runner-up, regional qualifier, second team all-district and academic all-district, Reagan Wood. Team district champ, regional qualifier, academic all-district, first team all-district and state qualifier, Riley Hillis. District runner-up and regional qualifier, Sadie Williams. And last but not least, team district champ, regional qualifier, academic all-district, second team all-district, state qualifier, second team academic all-state, senior Trip Carnes. Again, very proud of these young men and women. I want to also say special thanks to Coach Terry Smith, my assistant. He's absolutely amazing. Give it up for Terry Smith. Coach Smith handles the girls' side of the golf team, which is a great thing because they don't like me very much, so he just takes care of them. I'm just kidding. They love Coach Smith. He does a great job with them, and I want to say special thanks to him. Thank you, parents, and again, thank you, school board and Athletic Booster Club.
Before we leave the recognition, I want to say one thing about our athletics overall that I forgot to mention. Every team this year in Godley High School athletic events qualified for postseason play. So it's something to be really proud of. If every single team across the board played in postseason. And that's the support you guys give and the community gives and the hard work from all the kids. So just when you see any of our coaches or any of our athletic teams, thank you for the hard work they did. But that's an accomplishment not many schools can boast, that every kid gets to go to postseason. So just proud of all our teams. So.
Thank you. And I want to say thanks to all the parents that make sure that their kids get involved and stay involved. And it's kudos to them as well. Do we need to take a break? All right, we'll move on to public participation. At this time, we extend the opportunity for the public participation portion of the meeting in compliance with Section 551.007 of the Texas Government Code. We do have 3 people here wishing to speak, and public participation provides general public the opportunity to address the board regarding topics listed on our agenda. Persons attending the meeting and wishing to participate in public forum must complete a sign-up form and submit the form to the board secretary or designate 10 minutes prior to the meeting being convened. Each individual addressing the board will have 3 minutes to make their presentation. Personal attacks on district employees by name or position or students are not allowed. All participants are expected to speak with respect and civility and maintain a calm professional demeanor. Upon expiration of the 3 minutes, I'll call the next person that signed up to speak. Please note the Open Meetings Act does not require the board to respond to any comments or complaints from the member of the public regarding any agenda item. We will now begin the public forum, and we have the timer ready, Marty. I'm going to ask Rhonda Miller first. She's speaking on item 4.
I will be very brief. To the 2 new members who have sworn an oath tonight, part of that oath says, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and the laws of the United States. So I would just recommend that you vote very wisely.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Next, we'll hear Kayla Lane. She's speaking on item 4, 7, and 10.
Good evening. I just wanted to remind you of some things that I took very seriously during my tenure on the board, and I urge the new members of the board to pick up the torch. I want to remind you about the oath that you just took to uphold the Constitution and all laws. Allow the public to speak on any item, including non-agenda items, and don't interrupt them. Give them their 3 minutes, which is their First Amendment right. Transparency. Post your board book documents with your agendas for the public. It's not hard. The city of Godley does it. Many other school districts do it as well. Create a policy such as GKG Local, a template which I have provided previously, which would be a stricter background check policy for volunteers so questionable volunteers do not slip through the cracks. Check the monthly library purchase list. Look at Amazon reviews, look them up on takebacktheclassroom.com, and don't allow sexually explicit books in our school libraries. Rein in spending and discontinue the history of maxing out your allowable tax rate. The taxpayers are suffering. Provide more than a 5-page budget. Be transparent with where the money is going. You did not post your budget tonight with your agenda for the public, which you are required to do per Texas Government Code, Section 551.043. I did not receive the requested document until 1:16 p.m. today, and I see now why you would not want to post it for the public, as you are proposing a 2.4% budget increase. This is not fiscally responsible. Also, pay off debt and stop asking for more via bonds. According to the BRB, Godley currently has $77,520 in debt per student, which is your average daily allotment. Lastly, the Amplify Bluebonnet math curriculum that you're voting on tonight, I urge you to vote no. It is experimental and has no evidence of improving outcomes in other districts. It is also based on a very woke curriculum out of New York. Fort Worth ISD is using both of these curriculums, and take a look at them. Teachers fleeing in droves over scripted and timed lessons, and no books in kindergarten for months. You have a very important job to do. You are not here to be a cheerleader. You are here to represent the taxpayers and to guard the hearts and minds of children. Their future depends on you. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Lane. Next, we'll have Ms. Nova Olson speaking on 10 and 9.
So I did go and look at these budget items documents, And what concerns me, and what I've asked you guys for repeatedly, again and again and again and again and again, is detailed budget. As I've told other people, your budget is far, far higher than the city. And the last I looked, when I looked at that statistic, the city's budget, far less than the school's, 69 pages at the time that I looked. This ISD budget is 5 pages. That is not line item, that is not detailed. So I'm gonna ask you again, as we go into the budget workshop, kind of where we started, when Mr. Stevenson got so upset at me for just asking why the documents aren't available during the budget workshop, and was offended that I didn't shake his hand. So I'm gonna ask you guys again, please make the documents available in detail so that people that are paying these taxes understand where the money's going. It's not difficult. You would do it for yourself. At home, you would just write a check out and go, oh, I wonder what we're doing with that money. This is our money that you're spending, and I'm just gonna ask you, please, get a detailed budget so that people can see if there's nothing untoward, then all you're doing is providing more detail. It's the least you can do. Joshua ISD, as an example, has very, very detailed items and has had for a long time. This is not difficult. When I look at these, the 2026-2027 proposed budget that's up on your website, it is 44 million, basically 44,500,000. It's a little less, but basically, and that's 22 items. You're spending $44 million. And we have 22 items, and most of those, or a lot of those, sound very similar. So what exactly does that mean? When you say instruction, then the next one is in instructional resources, then curriculum development and staff development, instructional leadership, school leadership. These all sound the same or very similar. So break it out. Just break it out so that we understand what the difference is, where the money is going. That's all I ask, and all I've asked for you about 15 times now over the last several years. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Olson. We're going to take a short recess, 7:09. We'll come back at 7:15. Convene at 7:16.
I would like to get some clarification from some of our staff members on a few things that were brought up during public participation before we move on to our next agenda item. Do I have permission to do so?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Spencer, do you mind asking, or if I ask you just a few quick questions? I know we're going to go into budget workshop here in a little bit, and so we can talk about some things in more detail. But while the public participation comments were fresh on everyone's minds, I wanted to just kind of ask a couple of clarifying questions.
Sure.
Thank you. Can you explain where we are in our budget process right now, that this is our first night, why some of the things that people are looking for are not available yet to, like on our website and things like that, like talking about like numbers of pages and details, et cetera?
Yeah, absolutely. So ever since, I got here in early 2024, we've wanted to increase transparency, and we've heard the public, and moving forward, one of the things that I am going to present to y'all tonight is a detailed budget option for y'all to have. So we'll be able to get feedback from you as the board and how you want to view that information, and then also how you as a board want to make that available to the community. As it relates to the process, we just received our estimated values April 30th, and so we have the preliminary items as far as what payroll is going to be, and then what the allocations are going to be. But we do not have a proposed budget yet, because you as a board should have conversation about what goes into the budget that you're approving. And so again, bringing options to you so that y'all can look at and discuss. And then once we have a proposed budget, that will absolutely be online. That's something that we did prior. So we posted the proposed budget online in our transparency stars. So it's not something new for us, but what will be new is that it will be a whole lot more detailed than it has been.
And just to speak to the 2.4 budget increase that was mentioned during some of the public comment, we have not voted on or proposed any increase so far. That would just be a preliminary number with the basic, start of our process. Is that correct?
Correct. So there's two different items. There's the proposed budget, which does have to be posted online or posted with the notice when it's being considered or even talked about. There's also a new item that we'll talk about, which is the taxpayer impact statement that also has to be there. That's also available online, but as far as that specific dollar amount, the document that's posted online is an expenditure-only summary, and yes, that's the basis of where we start. We have a little over $1 million that specifically is tied to payroll increases, and then the other increases are related to our co-op and utilities and insurance payment.
Thank you. Well, I'm sure we'll be talking about this
we're gonna go
in
a whole lot more
detail
detail.
over the next several weeks and month or two. So I just wanted to just clarify a few of the things that we heard in public comment, just to get us started off on a good foot. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, these people up here are allowed to say point of information. Ma'am, if you don't stop interrupting the meeting, then you'll be removed.
We are going to go ahead and move our Mentors Care update, so y'all don't have to stay too late. If y'all would mind stepping up to the microphone, and we'll hear from Mentors Care.
Well, good evening, Board. Good evening, Dr. Deere. I'm Brian Blackwell, Managing Director at Mentors Care. We just finished our first year mentoring here at Godley High School. And I remember 1 year ago, I came to present to you guys the program, and just super excited about the results we have. And thank you, first of all, for your vote of support. I want to thank Mr. Flood for his support, and thank Dr. Deere for his support. And thank you for those of you sitting up here who are mentors, and just appreciate the entire board. We have a presentation that was sent, and I can use my computer if I need to. Okay, here we go. We're good. All right. The data I'm going over with you will be August through January. The numbers were outstanding, and I would attribute it to the support we've received from school personnel, from the top on down, and to this community. This is an exceptional community. To be able to go in and find the number of mentors that we were able to get so quickly, it doesn't happen in most cases. And so it's just a testimony to the support we got and to this town. And we were honored by the chamber to receive a Community Impact Award. That meant a lot to us, so thanks for that as well. To give you some basic numbers, we served 3 seniors this year, and that's normal in a startup program to have a low number of seniors. Next year, that number will be much higher. But to be able to serve 57 kids already by the end of January was exceptional. There will be more than 60 kids go through the program. And as we said last year, a full caseload of kids is typically 50 to 60. So to get there that fast was exceptional. And to have that many mentors, 54 mentors, coming into your school every week to pour in. Want to give credit to a couple of our folks. The number of mentors is because of Crystal Myers. Crystal, if you'll stand up real quick. She's one of our community engagement specialists. She spent a lot of time doing a lot of driving between here and Midlothian to help find those mentors. And I want to introduce your coordinator. Many of you already know her, Melissa Ormsby. She's awesome. She's been a great addition to our team. And the kids here love her. So you see the number of hours that were spent just in those 5 months. That number will be over 1,000 hours that your community will have poured into the kids here at Godley High School. So I showed you some indicators last year of how we identify kids for the program. There are 3. There's TEA at-risk indicators. Then we have our own list of at-risk indicators, which are research-based and just factors that affect kids that aren't on the state list. And then we have what we call ACEs. I want to show you where the Godley kids landed on this. Some of these, I'll point out some of those that are outliers, but to see 19 of the 57 kids struggling with grades, that's usually our most common indicator on the state list, and Godley's no exception. To see students that have been to DAEP come into our program is a good thing because we want to target those kids and help them get on the right track. And so Melissa's spent a lot of time working with the kiddos from DAEP, and you see some smaller numbers of kids who have dropped out, they've been in facilities, and kids who did not advance grade level. So we really want your kids who struggle with attendance, grades, and behavior. That's what we're looking. Every student would benefit at Godley High School, in any high school, from having a mentor. We want your most struggling kids, and your staff did a great job of referring kids to us. Then you see our at-risk indicators. These are research-based factors that affect kids at school. We always see much higher numbers here. You see the biggest indicator here, there's a story there. You see 16 kids who were not involved in an extracurricular activity. It would be flipped at most high schools. You guys have, what I've seen so far this year, the highest percentage of kids in mentors care who are actually involved in an extracurricular, which that's one of our goals to help them get plugged in. So your numbers are exceptional there. You see kids that report having behavioral issues. You see kids that are not motivated. You see some mobility there. These are things we see everywhere. But I also want to point out the lowest thing here, these numbers are the lowest of any of our 22 high schools, the lowest number of kids reporting having anxiety or depression, which tells me that there are a lot of really mentally healthy kids in the school. So that's a great thing. Then we move to what we call our ACEs. These are long-term factors that affect kids, traumatic events. We see lots of kids not living with their biological mother and father. We see that statewide wherever we go. Lots of kids live with grandparents, single-parent homes. And so those kids oftentimes do great. Sometimes they just need extra support, and that's why we're here. We are here to be a friend and a role model and a confidant for your kids. So you see kids also struggling, a few kids with neglect. You see some with substance abuse, and you see some who report that they deal with poverty. One of the things that Melissa does is she's here to meet the physical needs of the kids here at Godley High School, and she'll get requests kids saying that, hey, we don't have food in the house, I need school clothes, and we're here to meet those physical needs as well. And most of those we refer out to outside agencies. And so one of the things Crystal's done is establish relationships with entities here in the Godley area and in Johnson County, a place where we can send kids if they need food, clothing, school supplies, whatever. So she referred kids for medical care. She referred kids to the food pantry a couple of times. She helped with clothing. And she did a CPS report, and then basic needs would be like hygiene products. I'm out of toothpaste at my house. I need a toothbrush, need deodorant, whatever. So we're just here to meet those needs. And she dealt with one student crisis in which a student had thoughts of self-harm. And we always work with your school counselors on that. I want to point out we've asked each school of our 22 schools this year to nominate one mentor. They all are deserving, but one mentor who stood out, and I want to recognize Billy Shea. He was nominated for our Carl Smith Outstanding Mentor Award. Carl Smith was a longtime educator in Duncanville ISD, moved to Midlothian where we're based, and was a huge supporter of us before he passed away of COVID in 2020. So we give this award out annually, and we really appreciate Billy Shea and all of your mentors. Again, just want to thank the Godley community for support. You guys have been a pleasure to work with, and I can answer any questions you have at this time.
I just want to say thank you to you guys because we've really seen a big turnaround with our kids that are involved in mentors care and just doing great, better in class, better with relationships, just all around. So we just really want to appreciate everything you've done for our kids.
Well, thank you for saying yes, and we're just getting started. So it's going to be an awesome relationship. Miss Ormsby's going to come up. She's going to have one of her students. She'll introduce him, and he'll just briefly tell you his experience with Mentors Care.
Can I ask one question while y'all are moving
Absolutely.
around? So people who are interested in being mentors in the future, next year,
Yes, ma'am.
when does that process start and how will they find out about it?
Our application's already live for the fall for 26-27. If you go to our website, it's just mentors.care. Click on Become a Mentor. And we'll be in your community a lot this summer, and especially in August, to recruit mentors. So tell your friends, tell your family, if there's a place where we can go present the program at a church or a civic organization, you let us know. Our emails are all on the website, and we'll be there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Jeff, can we make sure that we link on our webpage to theirs? Is it already done? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Melissa Ormsby. Before I introduce my student, I really want to take a second to just applaud him because he has worked really hard this whole year, and I am so proud of all of the things that he's done academically. But on top of that, I'm really proud of the young man that he is because he is an exceptional young man. And you can ask anybody who works in the school district, they will all tell you that he is top notch, and I am super proud of him, along with all of his teachers are also. So this is Blaze. He's going to tell us a little bit about his time this year.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you're all doing well. My name is Blaze. I am finishing my junior year, and I've been part of the Mentors program all this school year. Ms. O asked me here tonight to give you an insight into how this program affects students like me. I came to Godley last school year as a repeat freshman. Due to family issues, I failed to be a proper student at my old school, and I picked up some labels for my behavior. Even though I worked very hard with my teachers last school year to turn over a new leaf in my education, I feel that due to the addition of this program, I've been able to truly show others and myself what I am capable of. I am now on track to graduate on time next year. Unfortunately, I don't have the most ideal support system, and this has caused me to find my own way around my struggles. As many of you know, teenagers do not always handle themselves correctly when left to their own devices, and I definitely made some mistakes. Some I didn't realize were mistakes until someone took the time to talk me through my choices. This is exactly what my mentor Matt does for me. He has taken the time out of his very busy life to care about me, my well-being, my grades, and my mental health. Someone to show up for me every week unless he crashes his motorcycle. And generally wants to know how I have been. Who wants to listen to my worries and thoughts? Matt has shown me my potential and that I am capable of so much more if I choose the right path. Every student deserves to have a shoulder to lean on, a person to count on, or even just someone to look up to. Having someone to vent to without repercussions or to ask advice on the future can make all the difference in a young person's life. It can make the difference between being seen and feeling alone in this world, and that can make a difference in the types of futures or life we have. I'm very thankful to my mentor, Matt, for always showing up for me and showing me what I am capable of. I would also like to thank Miss O for being a safe place at school. She always manages to provide me and other students with calm, sound advice and a listening ear, even when there are 8 of us in her tiny little room at once. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we'll go back and have superintendent reports.
Okay, I think Spencer's going to start us off with the audit.
Correct. So we have Clay Addison, who's a senior construction auditor from R.L. Townsend and Associates. He's on Zoom with us, and so he's going to be presenting so that y'all can see there on your screens, and then the community can see on these screens out here. He'll be talking to you. If you have any questions, just the way that we have everything set up, I'm going to relay them to him over there at the laptop. But other than that, I'm going to go ahead and Marty's going to get us set up and we'll get going. While we're still getting the technology set up, this audit is related to the Phase 2 project for the Wild and the Arena. And so, again, this has been about a 16 to 18 month process that we've been working with this construction auditor on, and the main goal is to make sure that we are protecting the taxpayer and we're not just paying money out to a contractor that's requested it. We want to make sure that they are proving that they have done the work that they said they have done, and so that's what this report will show us.
And I'm just trying to get my screen so I can share. And I think it's not letting me share my screen that I want to share. Okay, so you can see that. Can you see this Word document here, Marty? Okay, perfect. So Spencer, I took the email you sent us, Debbie and I responded to the comments or questions you had there. Is this a good place to start? Because these are the specific questions that you wanted us to address. Okay, So the first item was question that you asked to Spencer. Can you clarify the amount of the job cost that was substantiated? And our response is it's hard to come up with an amount. And the reason is most of the pay apps did not include backup. And there's a large volume of change orders that are not supported with adequate backup. Can you guys hear that okay? Okay, all right, well, hold on, let me move I've got two screens. Is that better now? Oh, okay, I had it on the wrong one. Okay, so the second question that you included, Spencer, in your email was, can you identify the amount of the job cost that was substantiated? Again, as our response is, it's hard to come up with an amount because most of the pay apps do not include the backup, and there's a large volume of change orders that are supported with adequate backup. So we can try to get you something, Spencer, to that, but it would be a big guess at this point, but we can certainly give it our best guess. All right, so the next one was, did you include the unsubstantiated cost within table on page 2? And the answer is yes. So, and I'm gonna move the screen over here and hopefully you can see this now. Okay, so this is the table on page 2, and the 83,876,000 includes the unsubstantiated cost of those change orders. So yes, it does. The next question was, if so, the board must know the amount within that number that was attributable to change orders that S&P did not substantiate to your satisfaction. I did the math, it's 18,454. And Spencer, I've got a work paper, that shows that. I can share it now. We can, I can send it to you. Okay, all right, so it's there. So we can show you how we got to that 18.4. The next question was, is it true that S&P's handling of subcontractor change orders? Yes, it's the same thing. The next question you had, did you agree with the general conditions and general requirements costs that were incurred after the substantial completion? So the pay apps from April, so the substantial completion was March the 20th of 24. So I took the pay apps from April of 24 going to December of 24, which is all we have. And they did not bill and that's the key word, did not bill any general conditions. And they only billed $29,618 for general requirements. However, in their job cost report, not what they bill, but in the job cost report for general conditions, they have from April of 24 to December of 24, $866,937. So I think that answers your question. Okay. Okay, all right. So here's the audit. We turned it on May 1st. I won't get into the background and all the details of the contract language, but the initial GMP was $66,670,000. They had allowance of $585,000 for these items. There were some contract terms that were in a letter that were not included as a contract document, mainly for the fixed rates for labor rates. S&P has agreed to this. I think it was an error on the architect by not including that when they wrote up the last amendment. Here are the billings as of December 31st, 2024. The revised GMP is 81,402,000. They billed 81,279,000. So they have an unbilled of $123,000 and change. When we did the analysis of the job cost, Debbie did, and she's unfortunately couldn't be on today. They had the default, so they had an electrical sub that went out of business, and they had to bring in the subcontractor default insurance. That's SDI. So they brought in their insurance company, the SDI, to pay for this claim, and that was $2.1 million that the claim paid for. But the problem we've got is if we have any audit findings, it's got to exceed the or almost $2 million here, because they've overbilled, they've overrun the general conditions cost and overrun the cost. So they are, as Debbie determined, kind of upside down in their billing. The largest item we have here as a finding is the limited scope. As I mentioned, we've got $18 million in change orders that we don't have what we believe are adequate backup. S&P has said that those change orders are not subject to audit for the most part because the owner and the architect reviewed and approved them. Our interpretation of the contract documents and the language is different. We will leave that up, for that. That's where we are. We disagree with it. We had several items that we did talk about. The main one was the insufficient backup. The other one was a related party notification. S&P hired Greco Construction Company to do their general works requirement portion of the scope. That company is owned by people who are employed. I think they're the owners of S&P. I also found today when I was prepping for this call, there's another company, Westway Construction Services, that is also owned by S&P. Again, a second subcontractor that they did not notify you guys that they had a related party. We can discuss that later, Spencer, okay? So of that $18 million in change orders that we are not substantiated, you asked us to kind of do a recap of what we think the estimated overbill amount would be. So I went back to previous projects and kind of came up with some percentages, and that's on this last table here. I took all of these line items that kind of roll up, but there's a percentage in here. So I took a number, did the percentage, and came up with the $3.7 million that I believe that our estimate would say they've overbilled based on our experience. We've got all the backup. This all ties to our AQ law, Spencer. We can share all of that detail with you at your pleasure, okay? The estimate is 3.7. That's what I think that based on a lot of these I use 15% as an estimate. So let me see if I can pull up that work paper and show it to you here, because I think it would be kind of good to see the amounts here. So let me pull this work paper. Okay, well, let's go with the big one here, okay? So can you see the screen here, Marty? Okay, So the big of this substantial of the $18 million, there's a $12.4 million change order. The backup provided by S&P was just a one-page accounting of what we call an SOV. It was just, there's no backups from the subs, detailed backup, and they're saying that's enough. The architect reviewed it and approved it, and the numbers felt good, and so of that 12.4, based on our experience, we think we can easily say it could be overstated by 15%. So that's $1.8 million. I think you can get on the call with S&P and we can try to get the backup, or share this with them and say, the auditors feel like you're overbilled by 3.7, and try to negotiate a settlement. If it doesn't go that way, then options, you'll have to decide which way you want to go. We will certainly be there to support you with any estimates or whatever you need. Yep.
All right, board. I know that was a lot of information. So essentially what we're looking at is when the construction auditors went through, there's essentially $3.7 million of the project that is questionable, and it's because S&P hasn't provided us the documentation to substantiate those costs. And so the next step is, again, we wanted to present this to you as the board. And then next month we can come back and bring a recommendation on what we want to do next. But the first step was to present it to you so that you had that information. Was there any questions that you had offhand?
So I assume we have not made our final payment to S&P. What is S&P asking us to pay?
So
what's the figure?
Yeah, great question. So what we've actually done is we have about $2.1 million in retainage. And what we are waiting on is for S&P to issue a final pay app. So to be clear, we have not withheld payment at all. We are just waiting on S&P to submit the final pay app to us. That then has to be certified by the architect, and then we issue payment based on that. And so if it is substantiated as far as the $3.7 million that they owe us, we would hold on to that 2.1 and then request the difference there. If they can provide the backup to us and prove that the work was done, then we will make the payment as per the contract. Okay, so now that we have had the audit, one of the things that we will do is we will make the audit public record so that you can view it as well as the public if they had any questions. Okay. Thank you, Clay. Appreciate it.
Yep. All right, guys. Just let us know is that all you need, Spencer, or you need me to hang around for anything else?
No, sir. That's good.
All right. Well, y'all have a great evening, and I appreciate the opportunity to help you guys out.
And we'll discuss next steps in the future. Okay, next I think we have, is it our special ed update? Angie Gonzalez will give us our special ed update.
Good evening, board. Can you hear me? So I just want to say thank you for all the special ed staff. It's been a rough year. Just converting dyslexia over to SPED. We have increased our SPED numbers. Also, we had a special ed audit this year, and the teachers really worked hard to kind of boost up their paperwork. So everybody worked really hard this year. So this might look Greek and seem Greek to get everybody. So it might be like a SPED 101 to kind of figure out what all this means. So every year we get this results-driven accountability. And if I say some acronyms and you don't know what I mean, just raise your hand and I'll explain it, because SPED is a lot of acronyms. So we call this the RDA report. So there's 3 of these in this wrapped-in report, but I'm just going to go over the SPED piece. One is our ESL report, and the other one they call it's the other POP report. That other POP report looks at homeless, foster care, and military families. And they look at different ratings, not as in-depth as the SPED report. SPED reports is like they want your blood type, your DNA. I mean, they just break down every little part of SPED and evaluate us on it. So these are, it's kind of small up there. So these are the columns. That first column that says like the cut rate 70 to 100, that is you are rated on performance levels 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And so the perfect score is a PL0. And if you score, and 1 is pretty good, a 2, 3, and 4, if we get a 2, 3, and 4 in that area, we may have to put it on a target improvement plan that if it's a 3 or 4, we submit it to TEA and we have quarterly meetings with TEA. If we have a 2 on our overall designation, then we just keep it in-house, which is kind of where Godley was this year. They were a determination of over all these numbers as a determination level of a 2. But I'm going to kind of go over those numbers that put us at a DL2. So this is just kind of the categories that we'll go into. So the first one is our SPED star scores for those subjects. And it's if we get our stage, a PL2. And so our biggest score is social studies, which is a 3. The next one is after a student exits SPED, for example, if they're in dyslexia and they've been through all their instruction and they dismiss, then they look at their star scores the year after they get out of SPED. It could be for like speech only or another kind of disability that they might be get dismissed out of SPED. So that's what those scores are. And so the next ones are our EOCs, and they've been doing really good the last couple of years. We still have English 1 and 2 as a PL2. And graduation rate and dropout, we're doing really good. We're at a performance level 0 on all those. And then this one is probably confusing for everyone. So this is LRE, which is least restrictive environment. So in the special ed world, they always want you to try all the support you can in gen ed before you add more support, and then eventually might end in a self-contained setting. So this is our littles, 3 to 5 year olds, the early childhood. They want you to try to support them in pre-K, as much as possible. But we serve 3 to 4 year olds as well. And so those are in these numbers as well. And it says that we don't have enough POP to get a report number on this one, okay? And then the next one is SPED regular setting. So this is your kids that maybe have one resource class, they're pulled out for maybe one class. So they're in general ed setting more than 80%. That's what they look at. And we, according to TEA, we're at good standings. We're at 0 there. The next ones are less than 40%. So these may be your self-contained students or have 3 or 4 resource classes. It's kind of looking at those type of kids. And we're good as far as TA concerns. We're pretty good at that as well. And then separate settings is if we send them off to a residential placement or some other setting. That's kind of that one. And we don't have any kids there. And SPED representation, this is all looking at 24, 25 data, and then we get the report this year. So this is our SPED representation. Today's date, we're at 20%, 22% SPED right now. And that has to attribute to a lot of dyslexia going over to SPED now, because it used to be housed in 504. And this is a new one on our report. It's hard because if you get to an SD3, they really want you to make a plan, because if you get there, then you have to take 15% of your federal funds and apply it towards this issue. And it could be any issue in special ed. It could be about discipline. This one specifically is we have too many students with autism that are African American. So this one's hard to fight because you kind of have what you have. You know, you can't not make them eligible, you know, if they have autism. So it's just kind of population. I did the figures, and we're probably out of the woods just because we have identified other African American students with other disabilities. So, and then just the ratio is small in Godley, so it's kind of it hurts us more. For example, another district had Hispanic that was over identified in another district that had intellectual disability. Well, we had a family move in, and you know, all 4 of them were eligible. So it's just kind of, your hands are tied on this one. So, and then the next one is, now we're going into discipline. So going in the future, discipline will not be on this report, but it may be included into accountability. So it looks at how many kids that are in ISS and OSS more than 10 days or after 10 days. Because in the SPED world, if you suspend a kid more than 10 days, then you have to have a manifestation determination, ARD. And so they kind of look at that 10-day cut rate. So our overall disciplines, that's any kind of count. It could be ISS, OSS, DAP. We are at a level 2 for performance. So I think we went up 2%, but I'll go over that further down. So this is the comparison. So this is from 23-24 to 24-25. And so on the right, I just kind of color-coded them. If we went up and we did better, I highlighted them green. If we kind of slid down a little bit, I highlighted them red. So on our math for our 3 to 8 in special ed, we went up to 42%. And so we went off that PL3 to a 2. And then ELA, we went up. And science, we went up. And social studies, we dipped down a little bit. And I'm seeing that across the board in all the districts. And then the year after exit, it's kind of the same. We went up. So we're going up. We're making good progress pretty much across the board. And we went down a little bit in ELA. And these are the high school, the EOCs. We're still in a PL1, but we did go down a little bit in algebra, but we're still in that PL1 phase. And biology, we did go down a little bit worse because we were a 0 and we went to 1. And then history, we went up on those. Graduation rate and SPED, they're staying at a 0, which is good. And so this is kind of confusing too. So that's the SPED representation. last year at 18%. Today current, we're at 22%. And then these are just kind of the special ed early childhood. We didn't really have enough pop in that percentage to count. And then we're going up, kind of get them in the right placements. And then we went less than 10 days for out of school suspension. We went down a little bit, but we're still at a PL 0, so we're still okay. And then it's just the ones that are really getting us are the ISS ones. So, and that kind of, it hurts us because sometimes we have 2 discipline hits for one incident. So it, for example, if we're going to send them to DAP, we kind of have to hold them until we have that MD, that manifestation determination ARD. So we have to give them 2 counts of discipline. So the ISS, until we have the ARD, counts as a hit, and then the DAP counts as a hit. So those are kind of ones that we don't have any control over a lot of the times. And so it kind of makes our removals down to a PL2. This is the indicator that we get rated on. This is after they graduate. We send, TA sends out a survey to say, what are they up to after they graduate? And from the state, we are doing better. If you can see at the LEA, we are doing way better than the Regional 11 or statewide. So they ask if they're in college or they have a job, employed. So we're doing pretty good overall across the state on that one. And we're making a little bit of change to our programs for next year because a lot of our life skills classes, we are having behavior and functional academics together, or we're having life skills and functional academics together, and probably through 5 grade levels, and it's really hard to teach to that. And so we're trying to make it a little bit easier for the teachers to teach. So we're going to move some classrooms. So we're going to have 2 behavior classrooms, 3 life skills classrooms, and 2 functional academics classes, kind of break up that so teachers can, it's a little bit easier and can target their ability a little bit better. And then just some support. We're always doing PLAF and GOAL training for the teachers. We brought in the service center to kind of get ready for the audit, to kind of prep them, to help them make sure, because if you don't dot an I, cross a T, you know, they'll ding you. And then we brought in some behavior trainings. We've done paraprofessional trainings, and CPI is the de-escalation restraint training. We bring that every year, multiple times a year. We provide trauma training we're just getting a lot more kids with trauma coming in from family, just, you know, a lot of trauma, a lot of little kids with trauma are coming in, and they're just coming in more aggressive. So we're trying to provide more training on that. And then we provided kind of visually structuring, like if you go into a life skills classroom, you'll have visuals like pictures of, you know, they're doing this at this time, or really visuals for behavior and stuff like that. So we're trying to support the teachers to do that. But we need to do more work on that next year too, bringing in more training for the life skills classes. So, do you guys have any questions?
I'm going to put you on the spot.
That's fine.
Very difficult area to be an educator in. What can we do as a district, as a board, to support our special education teachers and staff members that are in
the trenches?
In the in the trenches, day in and day out. What can we do to support their mental health? And it's a huge area of teacher turnover and
it
people.
Is. If you can go to the commissioners and just Johnson County and advocate for mental health resources, there is no support in Johnson County.
For our students and is what you're talking about there.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that would be helpful. We try to get kids in day placements, or they try to get outside counseling. They try to find psychologists, and their insurance doesn't take them. It's too expensive. Some parents are paying $60 to $120 to see counselors. And then there's just nothing close in Johnson County. If they want to go for a placement, I mean, they're driving to Fort Worth and Dallas. I mean, there's just no mental health resources in Johnson County, just very limited. So it's very hard. As far as the teachers, we've given them a day a semester to help them with paperwork. So, because it is, in probably about 10 years ago, the IEP paperwork maybe was 15, 20 pages. We have ARDs now that are 50, 60 pages. It's just every year with new laws and everything, we have to add more stuff in the IEP. So it does take them a lot of time to complete the paperwork. So we are trying to help them on our side, just calling in subs and giving them time to work on paperwork. And just the rapid growth of Godley, their caseloads are pretty high. And it's just a lot to do. It's not really so much serving the students, it's the paperwork load. But a lot of the principals are working with them, giving maybe an extra, conference period and giving them time to do that. As far as training for the teachers for behaviors, you can do a lot of training, but it's so hard to train somebody to get beat up, hit, spit, kicked. No amount of training can really prepare anybody for that. I mean, we try and we bring in resources and we get support for them, but it's just getting really hard. These kids are coming in aggressive. So, but yeah, they work hard. So, and we give them an extra stipend for that. The teachers in self-contained behaviors, they get an extra stipend over just a regular ed, special ed teacher. So that helped a little bit too.
This was back when you were talking about the percentages and increase or decrease.
Mm-hmm.
Am I misremembering? Did the social studies teaks change not long ago? You just mentioned it across the board in all the districts that you were seeing. Has there been a change or no?
I think it just has to do with, if you correct me wrong, Nikki, but the adopted curriculum across the board. I mean, so.
Social studies standards are up for review right now currently, and they're open to public comment with resources coming in the next 3 years for that. So social studies is the last subject to go through an adoption cycle and a renewing of the TEAC. So there is a lag there.
Okay.
And with the disability, that's vocabulary and a lot of reading. So if they have reading, it could affect you if you have a learning disability. It makes it a little bit hard.
Well, I just want to say thank you. I really, these teachers are standouts that they take all the kids all day long. And like you said, that we can train and we can train and we can train, but getting that kind of treatment every single day, all day, it's rough. So.
Yeah. And the ones that, endure it, I mean, it's their passion. They know it's not directed at them. They're the target, but it's not because of them. You know what I mean? So they have that compassion for those kids.
I again want to commend you. Thank you, and relay that to your staff.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Angie. Next, we've got Coach Harmon, who's going to give us a little athletic trainer update, because she is riding solo these days, taking care of all of our athletes. She's going to give us a little update of the program. So, Coach Harmon, go right ahead.
All right. Can you guys hear me? Okay. Good evening, and thank you for your time. Tonight, I want to briefly discuss the Power of 3, a plan focused on elevating sports medicine and student-athlete healthcare at Godley ISD through the addition of a second athletic trainer with a long-term vision for a third as our district continues to grow. As participation, facilities, and athletic demands continue to expand, so does the need for increased medical coverage and support for our student-athletes across both our campuses. To understand the need, we first have to understand the reality. Godley ISD currently has one athletic trainer, that's me, providing care for more than 710 student athletes across both campuses. This significantly exceeds the National Athletic Trainers Association recommendation ratio of 1 to 300. The proposed solution is to add an assistant athletic trainer, primarily focused on the junior high, while assisting with high school coverage for games and weekend tournaments, helping reduce our reliance on PRN coverage. As our district enrollment and athletic participation continue to grow, a future third athletic trainer at the high school will be needed within the next 2 years. Structuring these positions through the CTE program creates opportunities for state funding reimbursement, helping reduce our district budget impact while improving our student safety, medical coverage, injury response, rehabilitation access, care coordination, documentation, and our UIL compliance. Now let's look at the scope of the current role. Athletic trainers are certified healthcare professionals specializing in injury prevention, evaluation, emergency care, treatment, rehabilitation, and return to play management while providing daily on-site medical coverage for our practices, our games, and our athletic activities. Their expertise combine the skills of PTs, EMTs, and OTs, as well as other clinicians, providing comprehensive evidence-based care to our athletes. Athletic trainers serve as the bridge between healthcare and athletics, offering expert care that helps ensure safe, effective, and compliant athletic programs. As our district has grown, our medical coverage has not grown with it. Godley ISD, as I said earlier, is one full-time athletic trainer serving more than 710 student athletes across our junior high and our high school. We cover all UIL sports, practices, competitions, rehabilitation, emergency response, and compliance responsibilities district-wide. This workload currently requires approximately 238 workdays on a 207-day contract. As participation in district growth continues to increase, key concerns include significant coverage gaps during simultaneous events, especially at our junior high, delayed injury evaluation and rehabilitation access, increased outside healthcare costs for our families, and growing risks related to staff burnout, student safety, and district liability. The following data demonstrates how our district growth has outpaced our current coverage. It's a lot. I'm going to try to sum it up a little bit for you guys. Our current athletic training coverage is stretched beyond the sustainable levels. Currently, 25% of all our athletic activity receives no athletic trainer coverage, while another 35% operates under an on-call only. This means the athletic trainer is on campus but cannot cover each event actively because they are happening at the same time. The greatest coverage gap exists at our junior high. Only 17% of their activities actually receive active coverage, and most of that is through game day PRN support. 41% of their staff receives no athletic training coverage. One athletic trainer is currently responsible for more than 115 weekly hours of athletic activity in the fall, averaging a 55 to 60 hour work week, even with limited junior high coverage. During the spring season, those overlapping events push our athletic activity to about 150 plus hours per week, increasing our on-call demands to 47% and further straining our athletes' safety and medical oversight. While adding a second athletic trainer would significantly improve our junior high coverage, continued district growth and increase in that high school demand indicates the need for a third athletic trainer in the next 2 years. This chart right here just shows the detailed breakdown of how we kind of got to those numbers. Now we'll look at what improved coverage could actually realistically look like. Adding a junior high athletic trainer would significantly improve our district-wide coverage. Junior high active coverage would increase to approximately 60 to 65%, up to 85% during spring season, while our high school active coverage would rise to approximately 64 to 67%, greatly improving our athlete safety, medical access, and continuity of care. However, these projections still require 2 athletic trainers working approximately 55 to 60 hours per week, reinforcing that long-term need for a third. While our junior high athletic trainer would significantly improve our junior high coverage, it would reduce less than 10% of the head athletic trainer's overall workload, leaving the majority of our athletic healthcare demands at the high school level still on the head athletic trainer alone. Adding a second assistant athletic trainer at the high school would address the remaining workload and allow our district to approach near complete athletic coverage, with approximately 90% of that being active on-site medical care rather than an on-call or uncovered. And this chart here just shows what that detailed kind of breakdown of what those numbers look like if we did have that assistant athletic trainer at the junior high. Using Rank 1 data, we can actually demonstrate the healthcare and financial value of having on-campus athletic trainers for our student athletes. This year, we began using Rank 1, which allowed us to track our athletic injuries, treatments, rehab services, and overall medical demand while providing immeasurable data on the value of on-campus athletic trainers. In the first 18 weeks of the school year, 2,446 treatment encounters were documented, increasing to 4,465 by March, with approximately 7,500 total services projected by the year end. These services include injury evaluations, rehabilitation, therapeutic exercise, and daily treatments. The estimated value of on-campus medical care provided through athletic training services exceeded $70,000 in the first 18 weeks. We surpassed $131,000 in March, and we're projected to exceed $220,000 by the end of the school year. The majority of these services were provided at the high school level alone, by me alone. This highlights the limit for our coverage at the junior high. Adding a full-time junior high athletic trainer could provide an estimated additional $200,000 annually in on-campus healthcare services for our junior high student athletes. These numbers are the data kind of broken down on how we pull that from Rank 1 and how it calculates all of those numbers. When comparing to surrounding districts, our staffing gap is quite evident. Godley is currently one of the few remaining 4A Division II districts operating with only one athletic trainer, and is projected to be the only 4A Division I district next year with a single athletic trainer. Currently in our district, Venus and Benbrook are the only ones who have one. Surrounding districts significantly outpace our current staffing levels. Joshua ISD currently employs 5. Cleburne currently employs 4 while pursuing a 5th position. Even districts with multiple athletic trainers often provide limited junior high coverage. With most of those, they are staffed at the high school level alone. Adding a junior high athletic trainer would address an immediate and significant coverage gap for Godley ISD. But again, it shows that with the district growth and increasing coverage gap indicated that we need a high school assistant athletic trainer soon as well. As the district progresses towards a 5A classification, staffing will need to likely expand to 3 or more athletic trainers to appropriately support our student athletes' safety and medical coverage district-wide. This chart shows the data that was collected from those schools in our districts as well as others, showing their enrollment, their athlete enrollment, how many staffed athletic trainers they have, as well as what coverage they provide. Currently, we use PRN, and PRN is not a long-term or sustainable solution. PRN athletic trainers provide valuable temporary support for overlapping events and junior high coverage, but statewide availability is becoming increasingly limited as well as the cost continues to rise. While helpful short-term, PRN coverage functions similarly to a constant substitute teacher model. They're providing temporary assistance without the continuity, familiarity, and relationship-based care a full-time athletic trainer can provide. Full-time athletic trainers know their student athletes, their injury history, and their rehab progress. Ultimately, PRN support cannot replace the daily medical oversight, injury prevention, communication, and consistent care that's provided by a full-time athletic trainer. This next slide talks about how these roles would actually function in our district. So you have your head athletic trainer who would serve as not only as your primary high school athletic trainer, but also lead for varsity football, but also in a director administrative role overseeing your district-wide athletic healthcare operations. The proposed assistant athletic trainers positions would also serve within the CTE department, helping expand sports medicine and healthcare pathway opportunities for our students. The first athletic trainer would primarily serve the junior high while assisting at the high school events as needed. As district growth continues, the second assistant athletic trainer would primarily be based at the high school. They would provide additional medical coverage and care, helping reduce uncovered and on-call during our peak treatment times and overlapping events. Many schools are already using the CTE model to actually support their athletic training staff to bring in more staff to their schools. Both the junior high and future high school assistant athletic trainer positions can be structured through CTE. This creates the opportunity for a partial state funding reimbursement to help offset the salary and benefit costs. The model also allows for expert hands-on learning opportunities in sports medicine, healthcare, and exercise science through courses such as sports medicine and kinesiology. This also allows our students to pursue industry certifications and gain real-world athletic training experience through practicum and athletic period opportunities. To kind of wrap it up, at Godley ISD, the well-being, safety, and success of our student athletes guide every decision. Athletic trainers serve as healthcare providers, educators, and advocates, preventing injuries, providing treatment, and supporting athletes' full potential. Adding a second and even a third full-time athletic trainer is an investment in comprehensive, high-quality care that ensures continuity, safety, and long-term program excellence. Guided by our athletics we over me philosophy, this expansion strengthens our sports medicine program, supports our coaches and students, and aligns with our district's mission to empower our students, foster leadership, and cultivate lifelong skills. With this support, every athlete, team, and coach will have resources and professional care necessary to thrive safely and confidently. If anyone has questions.
Do you happen to have like a round figure of how much money a CTE program would allocate towards that?
I don't know quite the logistics of that. It also depends, I think, on how many students we get into the classrooms.
As far as CTE enrollment, it's going to be kind of a wash because those kids are more than likely already in a CTE class. They would just pull out of that class and go into an athletic training period. But vision-wise, it would be a part of health science. So they would start in principles of health science, medical terminology, and then move into a health science clinicals class that is specific to athletic training. So those kids can go and work hands-on during their junior and then senior year would be practicum, and they would be hands-on with athletic training those periods as well.
I had a question. It may be more of a Spencer accounting question, and that would be how much have we spent in PRN coverage cost for the last year or this year, or what do we have budgeted for that?
I don't have the exact amount off the top of my head, but I can find that for you. Mm-hmm.
Do we, and my kiddo is just kind of getting into the junior high age, so forgive me, I don't know this, but do we have like a student athletic trainer program that you oversee yet, or that would be in addition to what we're talking about?
So we have a high school student athletic trainer program. It's mostly just high school kids. We actually have 23 kids who signed up next year. So we've grown from we started the year with, I want to say, maybe 5 or 6. We blew it up to about 20 in the spring, and then I have 23 coming on next year. And then I'm a preceptor for Tarleton, so we do have master students, but usually in the fall they're level 1, so they're learning. In the spring we get a level 2 who's about to graduate, so they're a little more helpful, but level 1 they're still kind of learning a little bit.
So you're kind of maintaining all of our high school students as well as bringing in kind of essentially student teachers for this pathway. It really resonated with me when I read in the presentation when you aligned it to what a substitute teacher is, because I know, I'm going to toot your horn for you. I know specifically of a student this year that you saw was favoring a hand, and there was like a major medical issue that was associated with that. So I think that's really important to note, like you're out there and you're seeing them and you picked that up and their parent didn't even know that, you're seeing things. So I think the addition is probably something that's long over needed.
Coach Harmon, tell them also about how you were telling me about how you can train a middle school athlete so when they get to the high school, then they're just in better health.
Absolutely. So the hard thing is with junior high, they're used to not really having coverage. So the method that they're used to is that they're not sure what is hurt versus sore. They're not sure what that is. Their bodies are growing. So they go home and they tell mom and dad or whoever, and they say, hey, this really hurts. It's bothering me. And the routine is they go to the doctor. The doctor takes them out when maybe they didn't need to be out that long. And then maybe they get sent to PT, and then they're in PT for a little bit, and then they come back. So we're doing all of this, and then they cross into the high school, and we have that curve for freshmen. And we lose a lot of our freshmen when it was, you could have come to me, you have an ankle sprain, we can manage that, get you back a lot faster versus going to an urgent care. So my thing is, if we can help teach these junior high kids what is hurt versus sore, you're growing, how to actually deal with it, because a 7th grader who grows really fast and gets, let's just say, patella tendonitis, they go 2-3 years with no treatment on that. Now they're getting to me in the high school. I'm undoing 3 years of damage. That's a lot harder than if you're like, hey, my knee started hurting 3 weeks ago. We can fix that really easily, pretty quickly. But if by the time they're getting to the high school to me where I have access to provide a fuller level of care, I'm trying to undo 3 years of damage. That's going to take a lot longer. So if we can put somebody there, we're training our kids up. So ideally, when they cross into high school, their bodies are a little more ready. They know the drill to go to the athletic trainer and utilize us a little bit more because we have those services. And then they're ready into the high school, ideally making even better athletes.
Any other questions for Coach Harmon? And that was the short presentation that was pared down a little bit, so she can get you the more in-depth presentation. But we're gonna come back and visit that here in a little bit. Mr. Flood, talk about the vendor fair.
Yeah, so really excited. Last year, Ms. Simmons began the program of a vendor fair as a capstone project for the entrepreneurship students. So we had our first vendor fair last spring out there on the mezzanine around the Wild. It was really successful. This year we had 2 of our senior girls that took it on as their senior project. And I challenged most of the seniors this year of, hey, a one-time event is not enough for the project. How can we do more? What can we do more? So they came up with a winter vendor fair and a spring vendor fair that they pulled off. So in the winter, we had 12 booths show up, and we set up during the basketball tournament in the Hall of Honors, so other teams and visitors and fans could shop and buy little Christmas gifts or knickknacks, things like that all our kids created and made. The kids love to serve food at these events, so come hungry when you come to the vendor fairs. And then in the spring, we're happy to report we had 62 vendors set up in the arena downstairs. We only had one group that did not make a profit out of the entire thing. The senior girls did charge fees for their booths just like you would in the real world. So if you want to show up, sign up early and it's cheaper. As we get closer to the date, it was a little more expensive. And then if you sign up late or day of, it's the most expensive it can. But there is a cost with setting up and selling your goods. So they did that activity as well. We had 71 outside visitors attend and sign in and come to our vendor fair from the community. And then the price, well, we talked about that one. Approximately $200 per table was made in profit, and around $6,000 total is what the students made in profit across the entire day. And then the senior project also made a little money by charging fees for the entry booth, so it went back as a fundraiser to help support some of our other senior projects. Really excited for these ladies and what they pulled off in the vendor fair. It was awesome in the arena. It was packed in there. Music was playing. Most of the people that had food sold out. One of the best ideas, we have really funny ideas these kids do. One of them is an entrepreneur galore. And so he brings cologne that he sells for about $300 a pop. And his idea is if I can sell one, I'll make more money than anybody in here. He wasn't making any money, so I walked by and he was selling raffle tickets to give away one of his things, trying to increase his money. It was so funny. And then another group bought all these little knickknacks and put them in bags. They were mystery bags. And each bag was a certain amount of money. And you could get cheap prizes or maybe more, nicer prizes, but pick your prize, and man, they love it. And then food galore, and the food is good. The kids know what they're doing when they're cooking it. So it is amazing to see what they did for the vendor fair. After the vendor fair, kids in the entrepreneurship class do have a project they have to complete. They have to complete their revenue and total sales that they had, and how much profit did they make. They also have to ask the question of what did we do differently, and what did I learn from this project moving forward when I enter an entrepreneurship world down the road. So really, really proud of how that went. I'm sure a group will pick it up next year and run with it again, and we'll try to throw another one in the middle. We will keep the one in December at the basketball tournament. It's just the perfect time to do that. We'll keep the one in the spring. Some of the girls reported they talked about trying to put it with Easter and the spring fair that the city puts on, and seeing if they can somehow partner with that a little bit. But we'll see how that works out. But any questions on the vendor fair? Just super excited about the work they did.
It was really good. I went through, I bought a few things and asked a few questions of the kids that were sitting at the booths, and I was surprised to hear that most of them did the cooking and the planning, and I thought that was awesome. It was a great event.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Super excited. The next one is a hot topic, for the next few days. Super excited, and graduation is always the highlight of any journey at the end of the year. As high school principal, it is really the most rewarding event to shake those kids' hands and see them graduate, and to watch them grow from freshman year to senior year and hear stories like Blaze that we get to see every day. Blaze earlier, if you had asked me he'd have been able to talk in front of a board, I'd have told you no way, never. I am just amazed at where he is and what he has become, and I just want to reiterate how grateful we are for the support to take care of the Mentors Care program. This year, we're really blessed by an outside donor that helped cover half the cost of that program for this year and next year. So we're super grateful for that anonymous donor from Tarrant County that helped us bring that program here, but it's here to stay. We'll move everything we can to keep the Mentors Care program going. As far as graduation goes, we are monitoring the weather closely. Appreciate Dr. Deary, super connected with Johnson County Emergency, National Weather System. So we did talk with them today, and they're looking at all the weather forecasts. We have Periweather right outside here that we can ask for a specific weather forecast for our school right on top with our little tower that we have for Periweather. It does our lightning detection and things like that for all our outside events. Plan A is still to be out there on the field and do that so everybody can bring as many guests as they want. This year's graduating class has 234 in it. So it is by far the biggest class we have had. Last year was right around 190. I think it was 198, right under 200. We have 194 graduating from the high school and 37 graduating from Lynx this year. So really excited about all those kids. If it is indoors, it is the arena. 7 years ago when I started this vision, I wanted to graduate from home. I didn't want to go to another school where their colors were all over the place and we were graduating somewhere else. So really excited about graduating here. When we did that, the board talked about making sure we stay on the same night, don't move nights because travel plans and family plans. So our plan is to honor that. We will graduate on Thursday night, whether it's inside or outside. We feel that's the easiest for everybody that's traveling and families that are coming in. If it is in the arena, we have set and calculated and counted and used all our hands. Mr. Carnes took off his shoes so we could use his toes when we needed them, things like that. But we're calculating we'll have about 9 tickets per people that we can fit in there that will be safe and comfortable, but also fill the place with the most that everybody can have, is what we're looking at. And one of the ways we count that is we're thinking about, a family of 5 that does get you mom, dad, siblings, grandma, grandpa, immediate people that really want to be there the most. We will live stream it as well. We'll have overflow in the CLI, in the den, and the presentation room up here. So people that come and want to sit in here, they can sit close by and watch it in here. We'll be live streaming it. Admin will be everywhere to help direct people, show them where to go. Facility spaces, if we have enough, I guess we'll open up classrooms and let people watch them in classrooms. I'll use the whole building. It's fine with me. But we're really excited about that. We'll have some seating on the floor. We have enough room for the seniors to sit on the floor, and then a few extra seats for families that want to sit on the floor in the big arena presentation room. But it'll stay Thursday at 8:30, either way that happens. The tickets will be sent out. They're fully transferable. The plan is, if this plan works for y'all and y'all are good with it or don't have any other questions, that we can go ahead and send the tickets tomorrow so families can start doing that. And if we don't need them, great. No hard feelings. We've done all the work. We're supporting everybody. If we do need them, they have them, and people can start talking about, hey, I need some, I don't have enough, and they can work it out as adults themselves, transferring tickets and things like that. It's also really important that it transfers, to grandma and grandpa. We highly encourage, if you have those people coming, all we need is a snapshot of the QR code. Mr. Williams even told me you can self-check in, so we don't even have to scan your ticket. You can self-check in, and if you have the little green thing, it's taking one of your tickets, you show us the green, and you come right in. So a lot of easy ways to make this happen, electronically. We're not taking money, so there's no need for credit cards or having to grade into account. So if people have some grandparents or others that aren't tech savvy, take a picture of the QR code, send it to them, they show it to us, we scan it, and they're right in the door, no problem. So nice and easy, get in quick. We have several shuttles going, so in case the weather is bad, helping people get to the door so they're not walking outside in the rain or things like that. The forecast does look like a lot of rain on Thursday, unfortunately. But either way, when you see a kid walk the stage, it doesn't matter where you are or what you're doing. You have a good time, and you're happy for that child. And they'll remember it forever. So any questions on graduation?
What are the chances we could hear from Blaze at graduation?
Hear from Blaze at graduation?
Yeah, I'd love to hear.
He's a junior.
Okay.
Not this year.
I missed that part.
Yeah, not this year. He's a junior right now. He's on pace for next year.
Okay.
But we'll see what we can do for Blaze next year. So really excited. Our valedictorian, salutatorian, Alberto, and James Hornbeck will be doing the invocation. So excited for all those kids that'll have a part. So
I'm hearing that if it has to be moved indoors, big if, because it's Texas and weather changes.
It does.
That each student will probably receive somewhere around 9 tickets, but that if they have more than 9 guests, they can all still be on this campus watching graduation from the presentation room, from the CLI, from the den, from classrooms, that it's not going to be, oh, well, they just can't come, They just won't be seated in the arena possibly.
Yep.
Okay.
Correct, yeah.
And that's going to be communicated really clearly to, okay, perfect.
Yeah, Mr. Metter already has a plan. You know, Mr. Metter does a great job with that. You know, it's in young language with a lot of emojis. It's got good information with other, you know, written out and spread. So really grateful, in all honesty, super grateful for Mr. Metter and the work he does with communicating that. Takes a big load off my plate and does it really well and challenges and pushes me to make sure it's out early. So all that, you know, assuming we answer all your questions, is ready to go tomorrow morning so parents can start negotiating tickets and everything else. So.
Yeah, I just know that, you know, parents are already
Sure.
anxious
Sure.
about how many tickets they're going to get because they're looking at the same weather forecast that we all are.
Yeah.
And I love, you know, being a parent of the class of 2020. We got 5, and they weren't, I mean, you couldn't be on campus 4 or 5. I don't remember. I try to forget that year.
I remember.
But, I mean, there were a lot of people that could not even be on the campus to share in that. So anytime we can still allow them to come, they just may not be sitting in the arena. I think that's a great thing. So we want everybody to be here.
Yep, appreciate it. So.
All right, thank you, Mr. Flood. Next, we'll hear from Jimmy, Director of Transportation.
Good evening. Good evening, board members. Welcome to new board trustees, sorry. I would like to take a moment, recognize, and thank the Board of Trustees for your continued support, student safety throughout the recent purchases of approved for our transportation department. Prior to these purchases, 9 of our 26 bus routes were operating with buses that did not have seatbelts. In addition, none of our activity buses were equipped with seatbelts for extracurricular or athletic travel. Most field trips usually had seatbelts in them. We were able to purchase 14 newer buses. They were used, but they were still very good used buses to help modernize and improve our fleet. Because of this investment, all 26 of our regular routes will now have seatbelts. We will also have 4 dedicated activity buses with seatbelts to use at any time. We did add another wheelchair accessible bus with 3-point seatbelts. We currently have a wheelchair bus with 2-point seatbelts, but we did add another one that has 3-point seatbelts and a lot newer than the one we currently have. These upgrades represent a significant step forward in improving the safety, reliability, and overall quality of transportation services for all Godley ISD students. On behalf of our transportation department, thank you for your continued commitment to safety, student safety, and support to all of our staff and our community. And if you guys have any questions, I'm here for you guys. I got a little slide up there, but whatever you need.
When will the all the buses be en route by start of school year?
99% sure that we'll have them all up and running. I
Rolling.
got my
All
guys
right.
real busy this summer getting cameras in them, radios in them, getting tires checked on them because they are used buses. Some of them need tires, some of them need brakes, just little things, nothing major, but they've got a busy summer ahead of them.
All right, great job.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Any other questions for Jimmy? Okay, thank you, Jimmy. Next, we've got Dr.
you.
Nix, a little academic update.
Good evening, board. Back in the fall, we brought you our district improvement plan with our goals. There were 3 big goals there. And then in November, December time, during the Team of 8 training, we brought you our business rhythm calendar and kind of our cadence for progress monitoring on those goals. So we wanted to bring those back to you and kind of give you an update on where we are in that rhythm and where we are in meeting our goals. So as a reminder, our 3 goals, number 1 was to increase our accountability ratings by 3 points, moving from a 77 to an 80, earning a B as a district. We had a professional learning and effective staff goal and sustaining participation on our culture and climate survey that's sent out through the district. And then we had a student readiness and safety and well-being goal around attendance in the vein that if students felt safe that they would come to school. So part of that business rhythm was our cadence for monitoring each of those data points. We developed stat chats where district level data digs into each of those points, whether we're looking at attendance and grades and all of the things around academics, or sending out our surveys and looking at data there. From the district level, we drilled down to campus level. So Mr. Carnes and I visited each of our campuses quarterly to have principals talk about how they had looked at that data, used that data, reflected on it with their campus teams, and then principals are drilling down with it in PLCs on their campuses with their teachers. So district level stat chats, campus level campus data dives, and then teacher level are those PLCs where principals are talking about those things with each of their teachers. You might remember this cadence where we had a schedule to look at each of those data points quarterly. And we're going to repeat this next year, maybe adjust a few things, maybe add additional reporting periods to use that you're hearing from us on these goals quarterly, just like we're meeting with principals quarterly. So where are we right now in each of these areas? The first goal was around academics, as a reminder, and that's to move from a 77 to an 80 and earning a B as a district. Some of the data points that we have looked at around academics in the district, this is M-class data. This is for our kinder to second grade students. This is reading. You can see here that this compares us to the nation. M-class is a nationally normed test. There's about 2.7 million students that have taken this across the nation this year. The BOY is beginning of year, MOY is middle of year, and EOY is end of year. So beginning of year is taken in August-September timeframe, middle of the year is taken in January, February timeframe, depending on the grade level and where it falls in the curriculum, and then end of year was just taken a couple of weeks ago. So looking at our reading scores for K through second grade, you can see our beginning of year and the nation's beginning of year were in alignment, and where we ended the year was pretty close in alignment. The nation was at 37% above grade level, and we were at 38%. So the growth of our students stayed on pace with that of the nation. You can break that data down then into individual grade levels. So you can see here how our kindergarten students performed, our first grade students, and our second grade students. And then our principals take this and turn it around in campus PLCs, and they can break it down by teacher and by standard within M-class. So things like reading fluency, letter sounds, phonemic awareness, decoding, comprehension, all those things that you look for in reading. Principals are looking at those individual data points with teachers so we can address gaps and close any kind of learning gaps that students have. The same thing for math with M-class for our kinder through second grade students. Here you can see that we started pretty on par with the nation. The nation had 26% students above grade level, and we had 23% of students above grade level. But man, this was a real area of growth for our students and our teachers. We ended the year with 59% of our students above grade level, 10% more than the rest of the nation in math. I really attribute that to our teachers digging into a math curriculum and using it with fidelity from start of year to finish of year, and that reflects in that growth. So we're super proud of them. You can see what that looks like on individual grades from kinder, first, and second grade here. And again, principals take this back. They look at individual teachers. They look at all of the things related to math, counting and cardinality, numbers and operations, measurement, geometry, and look at where we are really meeting students' needs and where we might need to address some additional learning pieces there. For our 3rd through 8th grade and then our 10th grade students, we're going to look at MAP data. It looks just a little bit different than M-Class. The top line there you'll see is student growth. So from beginning of year in August, September to middle of year in January, that is their percentage of growth. The bottom 2 categories are actual achievement. So the first one is their achievement on the fall assessment at beginning of year, and the second one is their middle of year achievement. So you can see our achievement scores were similar from fall to spring, but that does still reflect growth because students are learning the content of that course that they're in over time. On this chart, you can equate blue to masters on the STAR assessment, green to meets, yellow to approaches, and then orange and red to did not meet or did not meet low. So we still have students here that we need to kind of close those gaps with and address some learning needs with. This is just the same data in a different view. This moves from low achievement on the left to high achievement on the right, and from low growth on the bottom to high growth on the top. So in the theory is that the higher achieving the students are, the harder it is to get those students to grow. The lower achieving the students are, the easier it is to get those students to grow. It doesn't always work out like that, but that's the idea. The goal is to have your students in high achievement, high growth in that top right quadrant. And you can see that we did that pretty well in most of the areas. But again, principals can click on that dot for their campus. They can break it down by grade level. They can break it down by teacher. They can break it down by a whole bunch of categories to really drill down and see where those gaps are. This is math for our 3rd through 8th grade, and then math is a little bit different in MAP. The way it calculates is there is a math that shows growth year over year, but then there's an algebra test that's just separate. So our algebra kids in 9th grade take a separate assessment inside of MAP. It's more aligned to the STAR test and gives them a better reflection of where students might perform on the STAR, whereas all other grades take MAP that's math K through 12. So it just shows growth year over year. So this will be divided a little bit differently. But you can see here our students showed really good growth. 50% were at meets or masters on growth when you translate MAP scores to STAR predictions. And you can see their achievement in the fall at beginning of year and in the winter assessment, which is middle of the year. And then here you can see, this is where you'll see the algebra scores pulled out separately in the red dot, and the other dots are where we scored as far as achievement and growth for math for each of our campuses. One of the ways that we measure and monitor growth for students also is by doing campus walkthroughs. So when our principals are in classrooms, they see what's going on. They're better able to help support our teachers with either professional development or coaching or resources when they're in the classrooms, seeing and monitoring what's going on. So we had a little over 3,000 touch points in walkthroughs and observations last year, which is more than double what we had done the previous year. So we're excited about that. We feel like our principals are really engaged, and we have expectation that principals and APs are in classrooms 10 times a week, and that reflects in their classroom visits and walks. The big indicator for this data point will actually come out starting at the end of this week. STAR scores for high school, raw scores. They won't show percentages in our district rating or meets or masters, just raw scores. Pass or fail actually are released on Friday for high school, and then next week for 3rd through 8th grade. So we're anxious to get those back and see the growth. I'm confident in what our teachers have been doing to meet students' needs. And then the reports for data verification are available the week after that for high school and the week after the elementary release, and then final results in July for the public. And then I'm going to have Dr. Block present on Goal 2, since that is related to.
All right, so our goal with number 2 was really to get our teachers to participate in our climate survey so that we could get information from them on how we can make things better for them. Our percentage from last year at the end of the year was 24% of our staff participated in our survey, which was a fairly low percentage in turnout. So we worked as a team to come up with a strategic plan for 3 times a year that we would give out the survey and that we would administer the same survey so that we could continue to look at those results over time. So I'm happy to report that we had a really good turnout for our survey this year. The beginning of the year, 55%, middle of the year, 63%, and the end of the year was 64%. And this survey went out to every staff member. Custodial, food service, maintenance, transportation, anybody in the district received the survey. A number of times we reminded them. I appreciate the principals. It went out the week that we had that Friday as a staff development day. So then a lot of the principals were able to remind their staff and give them some of that time. If they hadn't already taken time to do the survey, they could do it on that day as well. So we had a really good turnout. And so our next steps will be to analyze how we want to look at this goal and adapt it in the future. These are some of the key takeaways. Overall, we really had a lot of great support in terms of our leadership. Of course, by the end of the year, spring behaviors start to spark a little bit. And so, that becomes a difficult task to make sure that you're staying on top of all those things. But we really had a great turnout on all of them getting into the classrooms, and those kinds of things were obvious to the staff. So that was a key area. We did a little bit of John Tanner is a gentleman who helps us with our community-based assessment system, and he had a great analogy that talks about your ships. And your ship at dock, you're still doing work, but it's not the focus. Ship preparing to go to sea, you're doing a little more work, you're getting it ready, but your big time should be spent on your ship out to sea. That's your big change. So really what we did each time is we met as a group, and the principals were able to analyze their data and place the points that came across in these 3 areas so that they could really drill down and focus on the ones that were going to make the biggest impact on their campus. And then that way it was customized because each campus had a little bit of a different area that was a need for them. And so we have those reports that they kind of give back to us. Just so you know, I have started a staff newsletter that we send out each month. And in the May newsletter, I shared out with the staff the results that we had as a district. So we are closing that feedback loop. Each campus is going back and sharing that on the campus and with the departments, seeking additional feedback if there's areas. And so one of the areas that we particularly needed feedback on, well, there was 2. And one Dr. Nix is addressing, which is professional development. And we're doing a mini conference. And so we're soliciting input on what they want and who wants to present. And the second one that was the biggest takeaway for the district was us recognizing our staff. Well, sometimes we think we know what that means, but not always. So a link was sent out to them in the newsletter that if they wanted to provide specific ways that they would like to be recognized, they could give that back to us so that we can better address what they might have in mind. So we are diligently working after each survey. It doesn't just go on the shelf and collect dust and thanks for your participation, we're moving on. We really are trying to make sure that we're looking through it and addressing any concerns that are shared.
Dr. Block?
Yes.
Just before you walk away, do you think you could add the board on the monthly newsletter just so that we can see it?
I think I have done that occasionally, and I think I forgot in May. And honestly, I was rushing to get it out, so I did
It's
think
okay.
about that. That I think I got y'all
I
on
think
April.
we've seen it once or twice, but yes,
I
know
will do
y'all are
better
busy,
about that. And it was one of those things that I added on mid-year, and then being new in the job, forget about how much is going on. So it's one of those things that kind of to the business rhythm, there will be a more direct time that I'll aim to send that out, and I will definitely. I could even send it to you. I'll make sure y'all get a copy of it. I was like, I think I sent it in April, but I forgot in May, so I apologize for that. Yeah. Anything else? Okay, thank you.
But go ahead and send the May one when you can. I will. Yeah, okay.
And then goal 3 board was around attendance, that if students feel safe at school, then they will come to school more often. This really is specific to each campus. Every principal and their team have put together a plan to increase and incentivize attendance on their campus. And I'm so proud of the work that they have done. That is directly reflected in our attendance goals here. I saw Miss Mack here earlier, but I think she's left. The binder that she carries around for attendance at high school is crazy to me. Our goal was to increase by 0.5% in attendance, and you can see we don't have May's attendance quite finished yet. We have a couple of days left, but I'm confident that we will have almost a full 1% gain in attendance. And if our kids are in classes, then we know they feel safe in coming to school. We know that they're connecting with their teachers more frequently, and hopefully that will also be seen in student achievement scores as well. So be happy to take questions if you have any about academics, culture, climate, or attendance.
Go ahead.
When you guys start to receive raw scores, is that something that we'll have some presentation on for our June training and things like that?
The plan is to bring what we can to the June training, yes.
I know it trickles in, but
yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Nix. Great job.
Okay, that's all the superintendent reports.
All right, thank you, Dr. Deere. Next, we'll consider our consent agenda items, the regular meeting minutes, the financial report, the budget amendment, vendor award, Ellis County A&M extracurricular status, and the optional flexible school day program. Does that need to be separate?
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
I'll second.
Have a motion by Krista, a second by Simone. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Next, we'll consider our approval of the math HQIM. Dr. Nix.
Board, I'm really excited to say that we have selected math materials. I didn't think I would ever say that in my life because math is not my jam, but I feel really good about where we are in this process. So just as a reminder, we are required to select from the HQMI list, the instructional materials list that the state has said the publishers have met 100% of the TEKS and the ELPs. During the process, we pulled teachers together. We identified all of those key core components of math instruction and built rubrics for evaluation around that. As a committee, we decided we were not going to select more than 2 publishers for K through Algebra 2. We were going to commit to using these materials with fidelity for 3 years at a minimum and purchase ancillary materials or consumables 1 year at a time. Here's our timeline that we've worked through this year, and tonight we're going to present our recommendation to you with the plan to then submit an EMAT this week and order materials so that they'll be in over the summer for the start of school. After several opportunities for our teachers to evaluate resources and teach with the materials, you can see here as a summary of the results, our elementary teachers were really divided. We had been piloting Amplify in a couple of grade levels at a couple of our campuses, but the results were really divided. Secondary made it easy. We were like, okay, everybody's selected and evaluated Savas higher in the categories except for warm-ups. So let's go with Savas Secondary. What kind of package do you want? Elementary, they went back to the table and they had more conversations and they talked and they advocated for what they loved and what they thought was missing in each of the curriculums. We sent elementary out with another vote just to say, okay, you've talked about it one more time, give us your thoughts one more time. And again, the results were pretty divided. 11 to 13 overall, we looked at it by grade level. We looked at it by grade level by campus to see if there were trends, to maybe break down a pre-K to 2 adoption and then a 3 through 5 adoption. And it really came down to a second grade teacher who is actually piloting Amplify. Right now, she said,
if we're going to go Savas, we need to go to Savas K-12. We don't need to break it apart and do something separate K-2. We need to be consistent throughout. And so we're honoring what teachers have asked for. We're honoring that work that they've put into it. And so our recommendation is to go Savas K-12 with the selection for math, high quality instructional materials. K through 8 have asked for print and digital, so they'll have consumables in their classroom so that we get back to a little bit more of that paper pencil practice in the classroom, and we're moving away from digital only access and usage, which I really encouraged and am excited that they want. Algebra, geometry, and Algebra 2 do not have a print material, so that will be a digital only, but the teachers can print resources and assignments and activities for students to do in class. It just won't have a printed bound consumable for the students to practice in. Another big part of the conversation for teachers is how they were going to be trained and provided supports in using the new material. So we've already built out a training schedule and got those dates reserved on Savas's calendar. And because those dates fill up really quickly, pending approval from you guys, we'll sign it all and send it in for them to solidify this for us. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have, but it is our recommendation that you approve the purchase of Savas as our math HQIM, high quality instructional material for K through 12th grade.
I do have one question. Where do things like IXL fit into this this plan and this curriculum? Because I know that a lot of teachers feel very strongly about IXL and the practice opportunities that it provides for our students. So can you tell us where that's going to fall and kind of how we got there?
Absolutely. So for those of you who aren't familiar, IXL is an online platform where students can do problems, and it learns and adapts to the students' abilities to either level up or level down based on how students answer questions. IXL really is designed as an intervention tool for Tier 2 and Tier 3 remediation and intervention for students. It is not designed as a Tier 1 direct instructional tool because we have not had sufficient resources before this adoption or selection of materials. Some of our teachers have used it as a Tier 1 instructional tool. When it's really meant for intervention. So some of our teachers really love IXL because it allows students to do lots of problems very rapidly. They like a drill and kill. There's some value in students having fluency in numeracy and being able to answer questions quickly in math. Repetition is also very important in math, and being able to do the similar problems repeatedly to learn the skill is important. So those are all things that are addressed within the Savas curriculum, though. It's built in. They have an intervention tool. They have an adaptive platform where it scales up and it scales down for students based on their skill level. The heartburn that I really have around IXL is that students can get on and do 30 problems, but you never really know where they're at. You don't know where the student missed the problem at. You don't know if it's a misconception or a simple miscalculation and a lack of attention to detail, because you can't see their work in that process when they're working in a digital platform. So if we can give students the opportunity to work on paper, for us to see their work, to observe it, it's a lot easier for teachers to see where the students are in the actual learning and to be able to fill in gaps or correct misconceptions in that math work, as opposed to relying on a math online platform to do that. So the plan for next year is to use IXL as an intervention tool only. It is one of the few platforms that is approved by TEA to meet the requirements for House Bill 1416, where students are required hours if they fail a STAR test. So we will use it for remediation and intervention for those students, but we really want teachers to buy in and to use Savas with fidelity, to use all of the components of the curriculum. And after we've used it, if we see that there's gaps at that point, then we can come back and supplement. But until we use Savas with fidelity from front to back and start to finish, it's hard for me to say, yeah, that's a gap. We really need to fill that right now with IXL or some other tool. So the ask of our teachers is to really give Savas a good try, to use it with fidelity from start to finish. I think if they talk to our elementary teachers who tried Amplify, and some of them were really like, I'm not all about this. I'm not sure this is going to work. I love this lesson that I've used for the last 15 years in my career. I know this works. But those teachers dug in. They did Amplify, and they did it with fidelity, giving up some of those things that we call love lessons. The results are clear in our elementary math data when they do that. The ask of our teachers K-12 is to do that with Savas, to give it a good try, to use it with fidelity, use research-based, evidence-based, TEKS-based resources, and along the way, if we see that there's a gap that we need to address, then we can come back and revisit that.
I suspect that a lot of teachers will get on board and get behind you, but for those that may be a little bit more set in their ways, I hope that we will encourage them and keep being positive and reinforce what we're wanting the district to try. I do have a question. When was the last time that we implemented a district-wide math curriculum and asked teachers to change?
I really couldn't tell you the date that happened, but we are embracing those tough conversations, and we actually have a meeting this week with a group of teachers who have some concerns. Okay. So we're going to sit down and we're going to talk about it. Our facilitators are coming in because we do want them to be able to address any concerns they have, and we want them to not only feel heard, but to be heard and to take that feedback into consideration.
I encourage all of those things. Thank you.
So to piggyback, I had two questions. I'll do the high school first, just because that's what she's referencing. In our areas that we're trying to beef up a little bit, the algebra area that we're lacking in and things like that, is this a program that we are, obviously the high school was overwhelmingly for this program, but do we feel confident that this is going to give the beef that we need to continue to push through in that particular area?
So the secondary level, that's 6 through 12, is who voted on the secondary portion. So there is some division, just being transparency, in between G6 middle school and high school. There's a couple of high school teachers that have concerns. Those are the people we're meeting with to address those and be as transparent with them as we can. Our facilitators have looked at that at Savas in depth. They feel confident in the materials and the rigor of it. We've referenced it and looked across different platforms. I'm confident that this is a good selection for us as a K-12.
I mean, I'm supportive. I feel like I've said it over and over. I really do think that if you get a program from bottom to top and everybody's familiar, that, like you said, it's easier to see where the gaps are in a whole program versus piecemealing together others. But so then that kind of leads into the second grade teacher you said was kind of like the tiebreaker, because I looked, like, my kiddos are at RB and everyone was Amplify on there. And then Pleasant View was a little bit, a mix, and Legacy seemed more Savas. So that second grade teacher, can you give just a little bit of, like you said that she used Amplify this last year? Is that what you said? But
she
then
did,
she
yes.
said, let's go all in with Savas.
She used Amplify. She was very successful with Amplify in her classroom. Her whole team was successful with Amplify. And in the conversation, she really felt strongly that if we're going to do Savas, then we need to do it K-12 so that there are no gaps. We don't have to sit down and look at anything, between second and third grade if that's where the break was. We don't have to identify. We don't have to try to piece together stuff to make it work, that it's a seamless, coherent curriculum K-12.
I had a quick question regarding adoption of the Savas. Have you talked to any other districts that have used it this past year?
So anyone that's using Savas currently is not using the platform that's up for adoption. There might be parts of it or pieces of it that a district has used or an old version of it, but the new platform has not been rolled out to any districts, and they're not using the full array of tools that Savas offers in this adoption.
I make a motion to approve Savas as the math HQIM for K through 12 students as presented and recommended.
I'll second.
Have a motion by Simone and a second by Krista. Any other discussion? Any questions? All those in favor? The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Board.
Next, we'll consider adopting an update of the Godley ISD District Policy CFB capitalization threshold.
Woohoo, yeah.
Yeah.
So tonight I present and request an update to Board Policy CFB Local, capitalization threshold related to capital assets. And so I love it when a policy is only two little short paragraphs compared to what we look at a lot of times. But so TEA increased the capitalization threshold from $5,000 to $10,000 to align with a change to the federal definition of equipment. And then the Financial Accountability System Resource Guide is in the process of being updated to reflect this change. And so this policy would have been coming in our upcoming policy update that'll be in the next few months. But based on our financial year, update to our financial year, we wanted to go ahead and get this policy in place just to help us get where we want to be with this. And so based on the updated federal guidance and the recommendation of our auditor, we are recommending updating CFB Local capitalization threshold from $5,000 to $10,000.
I make a motion to adopt the changes to District Policy CFB Local as presented and recommended.
I second the motion.
I have a motion by Krista and a second by Jamie. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. Block will consider approving an MOU with the YMCA for after-school care.
Yes, this evening we bring to you the MOU with the YMCA to continue the after-school care program in Godley ISD. There are no changes to the MOU. I would like to point out they continue to keep the pricing for the summer camp in there, just in case we decide to bring that back, but they will not be having the camp this summer. So in case you were like, I thought we weren't having it, we left the pricing in there and just said, well, if you have it, we'll charge you, and if you don't have it, we won't charge you. But otherwise, the MOU is the standard one we've had for the last couple of years, so we recommend to approve as presented.
I make a motion to approve the MOU with the YMCA for after-school care as presented and recommended.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Jamie and a second by Simone. Any other questions? All those in favor? Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Next, we'll consider new FTEs, a full-time employee.
Yes, good evening, board. So this is based on the presentation that you heard a little bit earlier about the athletic trainer. Again, this is for approving an FTE for an assistant athletic trainer and part-time CTE teacher. So our recommendation is to approve the FTE as presented.
I make a motion to approve the FTEs as presented and recommended.
I second the motion.
I have a motion by Simone, a second by Jamie. Any other discussion?
Yes, can you explain to me where we found this FTE? Did we move some things around, or is this a new FTE?
So it is a new position, so it is a new FTE. One of the things that we always take a look at is what is the benefit to Godley ISD or what is the deficit to Godley ISD, and one of the things that we considered on both of those aspects were the safety and well-being of the students. And so when we're looking at, and I'll talk a little bit about in the budget workshop for you to see, but we actually are reducing some campus level budgets and some department level budgets. Specifically, we are reducing the administration business office superintendent budget by 13% next year. And so that's where some of this money is coming from.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any other questions? Again, I have a motion by Simone, a second by Jamie. All those in favor? Motion passes. I believe we're going to take a little bit of a break, and then we'll go into close. So 9:14 we'll break, and we'll come back at okay. Okay, we're going to have a break, and then we're going to go into close. So if anybody wants to leave, and then we'll come back and do our budget workshop for those that want to stay. at 9:21, and we had a little change in plans. We're going to do the budget workshop first and then go into closed.
Take it away, Spencer.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Board. Just in the interest of time, wanted to go through the budget workshop with you. Just for clarification, the agenda, we're going to go through some new reporting requirements, a brief overview of the school finance formula, review of the estimates, and then review the additional budget information for your consideration, and then future timeline and next steps. So one of the things that I was on a call today with TASBO, which is the Texas Association of School Business Officials. So it was a statewide conference call. And the question came up as it relates to how do we make sure that we provide notices to the public in accordance with the new legislation. And so the specific question was asked is that in a budget workshop, can you talk about the proposed budget, can you have a budget workshop and not have a proposed budget that is posted? And their answer specifically was, because your proposed budget is still in consideration, you do not yet have a proposed budget to post yet. Your workshop is part of the process to create the proposed budget that will ultimately be posted. And so that's what I wanted to bring to you today. Just as a brief overview, because I know we have a couple of new board members, but there's really three specific things we look at when we're talking about budget. We're talking about property values, which are set by the appraisal districts, tax rates, which are set by you as the board, and then student attendance, which again is based on them coming to school, so it's attendance, not enrollment. Just looking at how the school finance formula works, the current funding formula is based on a basic allotment of $6,215, and the relationship works as an inverse relationship. So as the state funding goes up, the local share goes down, and then vice versa. As the local share increases, the state share goes down. And so wanted to get some numbers in front of you. Again, the goal of this workshop session is to give you the information and then have you consider it, have you talk to the community and see what else is needed, so that when we come back for the June 9th meeting, the June 8th meeting, for that budget workshop, that will be an official proposed budget. And so what we're looking at, again, are the working estimates. And so you can see there the difference between 25-26 and 26-27. And the different changes. Again, you can see the total estimated expenditures are going up that $1.2 million, which is around a percentage earlier that was discussed. And then one of the other things that we're talking about is it is a balanced budget. So you can see in 25-26, we're adding to the fund balance as a surplus. And then in 26-27, we are proposing a balanced budget. And so one of the things that is different this year that, again, you'll see a theme in these presentations with me is I want to, as a request from the community and you as the board, get more detail in front of you and in front of them. So you can see that this is broken out into current tax revenue as well as other local items, and then we have our state funding and then our federal funding at the bottom. A couple of things to point out is that the current tax revenue based on the currently known information is only about a $5,000 increase from last year. So based on the estimates, there's not additional increase there. Now, one of the things that this does include, and something that I'm bringing to you as my recommendation for consideration, is to look at starting to lower the Tier 2 tax rate. And so this includes a 0.0005 cent reduction, and I'll show you what that looks like. And again, that's just a start here, and for you as a board to consider. And you can see we're adding about $502,000 of additional revenue. And then this is a breakout of the expenditures. So again, payroll is going to be combined. So you have the payroll So that's all of the staff salaries. You have the benefits, which include our TRS. It includes Medicaid payments, different things of that nature that we have to pay on the tax side. And then we have TRS on behalf, which is kind of an in and out. It's an accounting piece that we have to have as a school district in the state of Texas. So these are the preliminary budget allocations per department. So you can see the 25-26 allocation for these departments and then the 26-27 allocation for these departments. Again, as a board, if you want to look at increasing or decreasing these, that is definitely up for your consideration. Again, just getting the information in front of you. A couple of things that I want to point out is on the maintenance side, you can see that that's increasing $41,000 approximately, and that generally is related to insurance and utilities. And then the JCSSA cooperative, which is our special education cooperative, is going up about $450,000. So as our share continues to increase, we have about 52% in that co-op that are Godley ISD special education students. Our portion continues to go up there. So between those two items, it's about $491,000 of increase. And so you can see as we continue for the other departments, the thing at the very bottom, the total non-payroll is $492,000. So again, $491,000 is related to just two pieces. So really what we're trying to do is level out funding. The campuses and the departments have done a great job being efficient with their budgets and making sure that they're spending their money wisely. Again, to point out, as it was mentioned earlier, a couple of the places that we are reducing funding: superintendent and board, business office, HR, PEMS, communications, capital assets, and then you can see the appropriation of the campuses. So you have high school, middle school, the 6th grade campus, Pleasant View, RB Godley, and then Legacy. So these were, what we do is we give allocations to the different campuses based on the number of students that they have and their socioeconomic status. And so what we did is we reallocated some of those funding mechanisms to better align with the costs that they were experiencing. And so you can see that the total expenditures are going up $1,247.
Can I have you pause right there just a quick second? Just with all of the things that have to be done now to be a vendor and things like that, that's a lot of conversation point. And just, I know it was a pain point at the beginning of the year with adjusting to the new system and campuses getting their money and things like that, and just reductions in budget. So have you had any conversations about these proposals with the leaders on these campuses that have reduction in change? I know this is just beginnings, but.
Yeah, so a lot of those reductions are about half of what they have left outstanding for this year. So I think there's some significant areas for them to continue to invest in the students. Again, as a board, if you decide that you wanted to re-put that in there, that's definitely something that we can look at doing, and we can have those conversations, absolutely. So one of the things that I wanted to bring, again, this is something that's new based on community feedback, and then you as a board wanting additional details. So these are just a couple of examples. We can make this however you as a board want to view it. Again, getting feedback and that's kind of the goal of this for me, because this is your budget. I just want to make sure that I give it to you in the method that you need. So on the left-hand side is an example of what a department might look at. So you have the function, the object, and then you have the budget. So just as a reminder, the function and the object are related to the FASRAG, the Financial Accountability System Resource Guide that Mr. Carnes mentioned earlier. That's what guides us in specifically what codes we have to use. And so That would show, again, the function 11 and then the specific line item. So your 6219, 6249, that would be specifically related to professional services and contracted services, all the way down for 6399, supplies, et cetera. So we can add labels to these if you want. We can leave it this way. We can add more. So again, this is just bringing it to you, but this is something that I do want to recommend that we have in our proposed budget for next year. And you can see on the right-hand side is a payroll example. Again, this would be with the function level and then broken out into staff salaries and then the benefits associated with it. Again, the benefits being those taxes, TRS, et cetera, different things of that nature. So some additional information, again, that I want to recommend that we look at is reducing that Tier 2 tax rate. So our Tier 2 tax rate is at 17 cents. That was voted on by the community. And one of the things that is related to that is every 0.005 penny that we reduce our revenue by about $9,200. And so you can see a 0.0025 cent increase would have a negative impact of $46,000. I think it's something, again, as a board and something that I would recommend us start to consider. That potentially means that we would have to have a small deficit budget based on this initial proposed. But again, I think it's something important that we look at. These are estimated taxable values from the county appraisal districts. They're based in April, and they will change. I've already talked to the chief appraiser at Johnson County, Mitch Fast, and he's working on a lot of the information for us, and so that will be updated. We will not have those final certified values until July 25th, and so again, we'll be working with estimates until July 25th. Some other things that this budget has is based on the past few years since the 22-23 year, ADA has been growing at 164 per year approximately. So this budget is conservative. Again, us at, instead of 164, us being at the 145 increase in ADA from the prior year. Some of the other pieces, payroll is increasing $755,000. Then we have benefits on top of that, which is where we get around our $1 million increase. And then again, I talked about that JCSSA maintenance budget is $491,000 of the total $492,000 increase on the non-payroll alone. So what does that mean next? Well, again, this is for you as a board. So I want to get your feedback on specifically what you want to see and different things related to the departments, also as the detailed budget, and then us looking at the tax rate. Then on June 8th, we'll hold that final budget workshop. June 15th, we will hold the budget and tax rate adoption public hearing. June 15th, we will also consider the adoption of the budget only. And the reason why we don't do the tax rate at that time, again, is because we have to have our certified values. And so we'll get those on the 25th. We will report those values to TEA by August 1st to receive a new MCR, which is a maximum compressed rate. And then in August or September, I'll bring to you the consideration of what those tax rates would be. Any questions for me?
I did have one on a few slides back.
Yeah.
Way back. Way back. Well, no, one. Okay, so you show a reduction in benefits, and I was a little confused by that. So we have an increase in payroll, but a reduction in benefits. So what's going on there?
Yeah, so I believe they were in our system last year when in our staff planning, the way that we do is we put our payroll positions and the dollar amounts into our Skyward staff planning software, and it based on the information and what's been expended this year, I think it doubled a couple of the amounts. And so I went through kind of deep dive into it a little bit and actually came up with what we think would be the true benefit amount moving into next year. And so that's where that difference came into, because I think this year was a little bit overstated.
While we're on that slide, the changes in some of our, the fine arts, the athletics, custodial, so the fine arts is increasing. Is that because they are expecting more students? And then athletics, in the same question here, is decreasing. So are they expecting a decrease in students? How did we?
Yeah, great question. So yes, to the fine arts. So they're increasing the amount of students, and so based on their set allocation, they're going to receive more money. The athletics is a little bit more complicated because we were paying the event security, so checking the bags at all of the doors. Was around $25,000 this year. I'm hoping that we don't have to use them as much next year. At least that's kind of some of the recommendations that we're hearing. And so I dropped that budget specifically by itself by about $12,000. Actually, I think it was more around 15. And so the difference of pulling down that $15,000 and then adding money to the athletics budget, because they are growing. So the athletic budget itself is getting more money, but we're not having to pay those additional fees, if that makes sense.
I had a similar question for the nursing category. Can you tell, that's a $20,000 difference.
Yeah, another great question. So this is specifically related to our SHARS Medicaid payments. And so we have to allocate for those fees that are associated with MSB, which is our SHARS program. And so it was in another function last year. And so specifically because it is related to medical of students, I felt it was more appropriate in the nursing function.
Go, you're next.
Talk to us about the potential of operating in a deficit budget and pros, cons, ramifications.
So the use of fund balance is definitely something that we can consider. Prior to me coming on, we lost about 60 to 70% of our fund balance due to the district making the decision that we wanted to keep staff employed during the COVID times. And so the goal now is to try to build back that fund balance. And so that's what we've been doing the most recent years. Again, as an example, if we had to make a claim for roofs or for something like that nature, or if we had a storm come through and it damaged a building, we have deductibles that we would have to pay. And so it's 2% of each building's value, and so that adds up very quickly. So that's one reason why we would want to keep fund balance there. Another reason is just because a student comes through, let's just say in third grade in 1 year versus the next year, doesn't necessarily mean that, well, funding is great this year and it's not the next. No, fund balance is being able to use the money that you have to make sure that that student is educated at the same level that that student before them had, just because you have funding greater or less than 1 year. And so that would be another reason that we would want to use fund balance, is so that we can level out the education for each child as we move forward.
I guess to speak to what we'd like to see, you're looking for our feedback?
Yes.
Yes, more detail.
Okay.
For me personally, I would like to see a lot more detail, breaking down even like the CTE and all of the things that fall under CTE and fine arts and all of the things that fall under fine arts. And so, yes, I'd like to see a lot more detail.
Yeah, so the FASRAC has 20 different areas associated with it, and so yeah, we can give you the full of it, and we can go from there. Yeah.
Yes, please.
I maybe didn't catch this, but if you were to have the function and the code or whatever, that's what I don't know, if we went back to the slide, I could point it out. Anyway, we're not just gonna have, are we gonna have just the 4-digit number associated with it? Or are you also gonna have labeling, or is that what you were asking? The label, okay.
Yeah, so and it would also have, so there's the fund function object, sub-object, org, fiscal year, program intent code, and then the local intent code. So each one of those items would be listed in there in full detail. Yep, we can get that to you.
Spencer, is that something that you have to do manually, or is it already built into the accounting program that you use?
So now that we have the new Skyward and we have it fully implemented, it's something that we can run a report now to have available in a easier to read method than it was previously. Okay. Again, this was informational, so we will bring this back at the June 8th meeting. Thank you, Board.
Thank you, Spencer. We'll go into closed at 9:41. And we'll go for 551.0107. What are we doing here?
074.
074. Is that it?
Yes.
551.082. Okay.
just the middle school AP, right? Yeah, no, you don't need to do it.
We will reconvene open at 11:02.
I make a motion to approve hiring the Godley Middle School Assistant Principal as presented and recommended.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Krista and a second by Simone. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes unanimously.
I move to adjourn.
Did I do it right?
Who said that? Krista. Krista, thank you. So moved.